Say, say, say, say, say, say, say, say. Say, say. Şükrü, bunun şeyi nerede? O attı parçası. Say. Say.
Tabii tabii. Ben böyle Veysel Bey de ayakta yapmak istiyorum. Evet, ilk oturuma başlayabiliyoruz galiba. Yavaş yavaş başlıyoruz. We are going to be talking about, after Kigali Amendment, the aftermath of Kigali Amendment and towards the National Cooling Plan in Turkey. I am from UNDP Turkey. I'm the Chemicals and Waste Projects Coordinator, and today we have a panel of three. Dr. Neşen Sürmeli-Anaç is the Associate Director of the Cool-Up Guidehouse and Cool-Up Program Manager at Guidehouse. So she has an extensive experience in the field of sustainable cooling, and she also has focus on built environment, energy efficiency measures, sustainable cooling. And we have Dr. Veysel Selimoğlu from the National Ozone Unit at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And Veysel Bey also has extensive experience both for the private sector and the government for different environmental projects and basically the fluorinated gas sector. Nuri Özbağdatlı is currently managing the climate change and environment portfolio of UNDP Turkey country office. He has initiated his career as a nature conservation specialist, and currently he is leading a portfolio in the field of sustainable forest management, climate change and disaster risk management, biodiversity, natural resources, chemicals and waste management within UNDP Turkey. Today our timeline has been postponed a bit, but we are going to be having a panel discussion, and then we will have some sessions for, if we have some time more, we will have some questions and answers session. So, when we talk about Montreal Protocol, it has been actually announced in 1987, and it's the most successful international agreements of all times. It has reached its target of reassuring the ozone layer and actually the phase down of HCFCs as the ozone depleting substances. And now we have the second amendment of the Montreal Protocol, Kigali Amendment, and it's about phasing down on HFCs, and by this trying to be strengthening the Paris Agreement's implementation in Turkey. Yes. And Turkey has already published a bylaw on fluorinated gases, a very recent development in Turkey. And UNDP Turkey country office is already implementing a cool-up program as an important project in the field of sustainable cooling. Yes, and we know that the energy demand is increasing in the heating environment, heating global. So we have a need for better implementation of sustainable cooling practices. Now I would like to be inviting Ms. Neşen Sürmeli-Anaç to the floor. Thank you. Nasıl çalışıyor? Bu önemli.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neşen Sürmeli-Anaç. I'm the Associate Director from Guidehouse. And as Meral Hanım has explained, I will give a brief overview of what Cool-Up is doing in Turkey, in general what the principle of the program is and what we are planning to implement in the coming years in the country. As you all know, MENA region and Turkey is facing temperature increase as all over the globe. We have all been experiencing the pleasure of air conditioning when we move between the buildings here in Egypt already. It's no different in Turkey. It's a very high electricity demand sector, which constitutes a lot of energy cost and demand also in the countries. Keeping this in mind, we have established a project which is functioning in 4 countries: Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey. And the aim is to accelerate the uptake of sustainable cooling. What we mean by sustainable cooling is the technologies that are not only energy efficient, but also operates in the lack of synthetic refrigerants, which are harmful to the ozone layer and the environment. Additionally, we are looking into options that are readily available to be integrated by renewable energy sources. So it's a 3-legged approach, and this constitutes use of natural refrigerants in the air conditioning technology or district cooling or any other not-in-kind technologies which avoids using synthetic refrigerants in general. With this, we have a holistic approach because we also know that sustainable cooling starts at the stage of reducing the demand. So passive measures integrated into the buildings, then energy efficiency on equipment level, then recycling and reclamation of the current equipment stock are important elements of the program. We focus on 3 areas because cooling is a cross-sector topic. So it requires not only the technology side, but also policy and regulation, as well as the financing to be made available to avoid that the initial investment cost of choosing a newer technology doesn't fall on the end user's shoulders all the time. So in political part, we support the implementation of Paris Agreement and Kigali Amendment in Turkey. On financial side, we are working with national banks and international financing institutes to develop financial models. And on technical side, we are working closely with the Manufacturer Association in Turkey and associate manufacturers themselves to show the efficient cooling technologies are available and viable options. In addition to these 3 pillars, we have an extensive stakeholder dialogue, dissemination, and capacity building activities. In order to tackle this cross-sectoral approach, we have established a large consortium led by Guidehouse, and UNDP is our country implementing partner in Turkey. Up until now, we have done quite some analysis in the country, which provides the regulatory analysis of the current situation, the stakeholder mapping on the cooling and refrigeration sector, as well as the solution options for the technological solution for sustainable cooling. In the all regulatory analysis we did and the stakeholder engagement, one of the items that comes as a priority area was the development of national cooling action plans. National cooling action plans are strategic documents which can help country to set its priorities and find a balance between international requirements and national regulations. So we would like to work on this national cooling action plan strategy development in the coming years. It will also help finding the balanced strategies for reducing energy demand, improving access to cooling, and making sure that the Paris Agreement and the Kigali Amendment requirements are followed by national importance areas. In a quick look into the methodology, it's a several-step approach which requires a holistic thinking and finding the synergies between different regulations as well as the stakeholders, because the stakeholder interests may not always align. So one important part of National Cooling Action Plan development is to find the platform where stakeholders can exchange as well as the technical commitments. What we can do in CoolUp is as on the slides. As I said, the most important is one of the most important is supporting the stakeholder consultation process, as well as providing technical assessment work, which regulations could be prioritized, how and when. There are already some examples of national cooling action plans all over the globe, and we mean to look into the best practice examples. So going beyond phase down of Kigali Amendment and looking directly into natural refrigerants provides a leapfrog opportunity, which we would like to emphasize in CoolUp program. Of course, as I said, there is lots of synergies to be achieved between energy efficiency and the ozone protection, which is at the heart of our program. Involving stakeholders as early as possible, diversifying where they come from are other important elements of a strong national cooling action plan. So this is what is going to be in most focus area on policy on COOL-UP program for Turkey, but we will be working on capacity building, stakeholder engagement, and technical side as well. So we would be happy if you visit our website to get more information or get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neşen Hanım. It was an extensive introduction of COOL-UP program. Now we are going to be listening to the F-gas regulation change that has recently taken place in Turkey that will be affecting definitely both the sector, the cooling sector, the energy sector, and as well the financing sector actually. So we are going to be listening it from Mr. Veysel Selimoğlu from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change National Zone Unit.
Thank you very much, dear Meral Hanım. I am very happy to be here with you and join this special organization. And I will try to tell you our legislation system in the scope of the Montreal Protocol and Kigali Amendment, and what we did in this area, and also I will emphasize the importance of the COOL-UP project, and a little detail the F-gas regulation, if I have enough time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Within the scope of the Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol, the goal is to introduce to and promote natural refrigerants as well as energy efficiency appliances in the refrigeration and conditioning sector. In this context of this goal, as Turkey, we are working to align our regulations with the EU regulations and also the Kigali Amendment. In 2018, the first pilot on fluorinated GHGs controlling emissions from fluorinated GHGs entitled Regulation on Fluorinated Greenhouse Gases was published in Turkey and has been revised only once in the beginning of this year in 2020 to make it compatible with the EU regulation numbered 517/2014. Our country is recognized as one of the successful countries within the framework of the work being carried out to implement the Montreal Protocol. Maybe you heard there were some changes in our structure, our ministry structure. After we came a party to the Paris Agreement, Ministry of Environment and Urbanization of the Republic of Turkey has been renamed as Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of the Republic of Turkey, and also climate change presidency as established by the relevant president decree entered into 1st November last year, 2021. In this context, measures related to climate change and the depletion of the ozone layer are under the responsibility of the Climate Change Office. Yeah, our country is listed in the first group of Montreal Protocol. It controls the production, consumption, import, and export of ozone depleting substances, shortly ODSs. This amendment, which is the most recent amendment in the Montreal Protocol, also include the reduction target. The reference value will be calculated in CO2 equivalents, and our reduction target will be determined according to this reference value. The Climate Change Office is the national focal point of the Montreal Protocol and carries out the national and international coordination task regarding ozone depleting substances and also F gases. Our country is among the successful countries in the implementation of this protocol. If we come to Kigali Amendment, it's aimed to gradually reduce GHGs, fluorinated GHGs, in accordance with our obligation in the Kigali Amendment, which is the basis of our legislation and to which 997 countries are parties. Turkey enacted the Kigali Amendment in the beginning of this year on February 8th. In Turkey, with this change, the consumption of fluorinated GHGs will be reduced gradually by a total of 80% CO2 equivalent starting from 2024 to until 2045. This is the reduction target, Kigali Amendment reduction target. As per the schedule, Turkey is committed to reducing HFC consumption by 2024. Thanks to import and export license system, as of 2024, F-gas consumption will begin, and this consumption will be monitored or the determination quota application. We called it a convert and paravert systems. Thus, we will fulfill our obligations in the set reduction calendar. Through the import and export license system, as of 2024, the consumption of F-gases will be monitored over the determined quota, as well as I said. Thus, we will fulfill our obligations in the context of the Kigali Amendment. With the Kigali Amendment, the consumption of fluorinated GHG will be gradually reduced from 2024, and a reduction of 80% in CO2 equivalent will be achieved by 2045 in Turkey. In this slide you can see the story of the cooling gases. With the emergence of substitute gases, CFCs have been replaced first by HCFC and then by HFC. ODSs have global warming potential and high global warming potential, as well as ozone depletion potentials. Chemicals with a longer life have also longer GWP values. However, harmfulness of the cooling gases to the ozone layer decreases the global warming potentials, which are important in terms of climate change increase. Research on the development of substitute gases continues. Developing alternative gases with much lower global warming potential, as well as low energy gases, which can be considered as another constituent, is one of the main components of the COOL-UP program. In recent years, which energy efficient has gained much more importance, it's crucial to disseminate gases with lower emissions as well as lower energy consumptions in terms of energy costs. At this point, the importance of the COOL-UP project becomes prominent. Specified objectives to reduce cooling demand of the stakeholder countries can be attained through policy strategies of the project towards sustainable and natural cooling technologies, as well as cooling gases with higher energy efficiency, together with innovative financing solutions. And now I begin to present. We have two different legislation regulation system. One is related to ODSs. The other is F gases. First, I begin to legislation on ozone depleting substances. This regulation includes provisions regarding to use and termination of substances controlled by the Montreal Protocol. The regulation has been prepared in accordance with European Union legislation numbered 1005/2009. The next one is the circular. It's under this regulation, in which the obligations of the importance for service purposes, importance for production purposes, industrials, distributors, and end users for service purposes are determined at the stage or import and final consumption phases of the ODSs. And the last one is the halon circular. The circular includes provisions regarding the halon gases. And this is our annual import quotas. We succeed to phase down the actually we are close to phase out the ODSs, but now, for example, today's quota is 50 tons. Turkey has completed the necessary legislative preparations to the phasing out of ODSs and is successfully implementing the deadline for these gases as of January 1, 2025. We were officially recognized by UNEP for our successful practices in this context and for our activities to increase awareness of customs officers. And now the second one, our legislation on fluorinated greenhouse gases. I will try to detail it. Regulation on fluorinated greenhouse gases entered into force in June of this year. The second one is a communique under this regulation, which we call the certification communique for shortly. Is under this regulation, as I tell you, and entered into force in 2020. Why was we needed this last version of this F-gas regulation? Prior to final version, the fluorinated GHG regulation, which entered into force in 2018, did not fully reflect the Kigali Amendment provisions and the EU Directive 517/2014. For this reason, within the scope of compliance studies, this regulation has entered into force in full compliance with the EU's directive and also the Kigali Amendment. This is our regulation, which is currently in effect right now. It has 7 components. First, electronic registration, the first component. The central database established to control the domestic and international movements of fluorinated GHGs contains the data entered into the electronic system by the liable real or legal entities. Quotas and licensing system. The quota system will be implemented, as I told you, from 2024, and the importation of hydrofluorocarbons without a quota or in quantities exceeding the quota is prohibited. In licensing, those who will import or export HFC in accordance with the quota allocation must have control document for each shipment. Reporting system. This includes importers and exporters of fluorinated GHGs, users and distributors of the GHGs. In addition, the entitles provide the recovery, reclaiming, and recycling or disposal of GHGs or other fluorinated substances are obliged to register and report to central database. and labeling system. Actually, labeling system is the same like the previous one. The product, equipment, and pressure vessels are labeled in accordance with the procedures and principles set out in the regulation on classification, labeling, and packaging of substances and mixtures. This regulation is implemented by Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And training and certification. According to the regulation, those who deal with equipment that contains fluorinated GHGs or whose operations are based on these gases must obtain a certificate. And leakage controls. Leakage controls are likely the same the previous version of the regulation. With the current regulation, these are rules for leakage controls of the products for equipment containing F gases. And the last one, marketing and usage procedures. F gases don't comply with the provisions of the regulation prohibited from being placed on the market. If we summarize all my presentation, the sale of F gases to real and legal entities who do not have a professional competence and service place certificate, and to legal entities that are not registered with Paravet system, as I told you, will be forbidden. Products and equipment containing F gases will not be allowed to be admitted to disposal facilities without recovery. Actually, these are the new. These are in. It was not in the previous regulation. These are new. For that reason, I emphasize it. The quota system for HFCs will be implemented in terms of a CO2 equivalent in tons. In the previous one, it was not the equivalent CO2 in tons. It was only kilogram unit. The equipment operators central database, shortly we called a CONVET system, and the F-gas activity reports database, which we call Paravet for short, will start to be implemented. F-gas, the procedures and principles regarding the import and export of HFCs per shipment will be determined. These are all new features of our new regulation system. Equipment leakage checks will also be carried out in tons of CO2 equivalent also. Equipment with a GWP value above a certain level will be prohibited from being placed on the market. To give an example, the placing on the market and usage of HFCs with a global warming potential value of greater than 2,500 will be prohibited as of January 1, 2023. From 1 January 2023, the trading of HFCs to countries that are not party to the Kigali Amendment will be banned. Thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Selimoğlu. It was really a very extensive presentation about the new F-gas regulation and what it brings about. Now we are going to be listening to Mr. Nuri Özbağdatlı for cooling sector and its impacts.
Thank you very much. It is very, crowded and loud, and I think it is good that we are not under the sun, and it is because of the cooling. So we have the privileged ones. And today, Minister himself said there will be the 41 reduction from the business as usual. But what does it mean for the private sector, for the people, for the NGOs? We need to think about this. But at the end, there is the net zero target. But for Turkey to achieve the net zero target, we should have all the sectors aligned. And one of the key sectors is cooling. Because if we continue like this with the current demand, it looks like 3 times more than today's pressure to the climate and energy needs and everything in 2050. And it requires the issue to link together. What Neşe actually highlighted, there is the stakeholder part, there is the private sector, there is the policy making, finance, technology. And actually it means that we need to coordinate this together. And when we talk about the cooling sector, it is related with the food sector. For food, for reducing the waste, we need the cooling. It is related with the health sector, that we need the medicines and vaccines during the cooling change. And it is also related with, in general, the climate change, where the energy demand and the using of the cooling at our houses, at our sectors, at our space is critically important. And we are very proud to be in the consortium as a partner, as delivering a service to Cool Up Consortium. And it is actually very important to thank to all the parties who make this happen. Thanks to the government of Turkey, thanks to the IKI funded this initiative, and also thanks to Guidehouse who actually coordinate this process. And this project is not only implemented in Turkey, but is also in Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. And there, it is very a good opportunity that we will share experience and knowledge. And I think Turkey has a huge opportunity on this, with the market-based economy and well-experienced banking system and private sector, but also a better understanding of the linkages between the climate change and food sector and other sectors. But it is very important that we work together, and that's why we really thank you who are here, despite there is a very emerging announcement in terms of the NDCs by the government of Turkey. But I think without waiting, without losing time, we should continue working and really make this 2053 net zero target alive. And we need to work for ambitious NDC together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Özbağdatlı. We are going to be closing the session in order to be catching up with the next presentations. But do you have any questions or any comments with regards to this session? If not, we may be closing the session. And thank you for all our panelists during the session. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I would like to welcome you to our event. We co-host this event with Turkish Cement Manufacturers Association and the Özyeğin University. First of all, thanks a lot to the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for their invitation. I will be moderating this session and two esteemed speakers of us will be online. I am the head of the Climate Change Department of Turkish Cement Manufacturers Association, and two other speakers of us are from Özyeğin University. Professor Pınar Mengüç, he is the head chair. Also, he is the director of the Center for Energy, Environment and Economy of the same university. Canan Özsoy is also a senior researcher at the same university. In this session, I will talk about some technologies, new technologies related to cement sector. I will briefly mention them. Then Professor Mengüç will talk about new energy technologies, and Canan Hanım, she will talk on hydrogen. So let me quickly start my presentation and turn to Professor Mengüç. I am representing the cement manufacturers of Turkey, and we are representing more than 90%. And we are representing a strategic sector because our country is a developing country. And you can see we have a world countrywide production. We will talk about hard-to-abate technologies today. What does hard-to-abate sector means? These are production sectors, and they produce basic materials, and there's always need for these materials. And most of these sectors have unavoidable emissions. Even switching to 100% clean energy or new technologies, it is not possible to make the emissions zero without new technologies, because these new technologies are still improved. As an example, I will give cement sector, but we have process emissions. They are unavoidable because we have lime and we produce cement from lime. So as long as we produce limestone, we have to produce these process emissions. And for this transformation, we need energy. And this energy, of course, about 1,500 degrees, and it requires emissions. These are scope 1 emissions. Also, we use electric energy and scope 2 emissions. So these process emissions are unavoidable. Of course, I will give cement sector as an example to hard-to-abate sectors. Of course, we have conventional methods, as you see here. You can reduce if you use biomass-based fuels, you can reduce emissions, or with energy efficiency investments. Also, you can reduce clinker by clean cement, green cement. But in the end, it is not enough to make zero emissions, so we need these new technologies. But before jumping to them, these are the current actions. You see, we use alternative fuels and raw materials for reducing emissions. And we have waste-to-heat recovery systems and energy efficiency projects. The well-known two technologies are carbon capture, storage and utilization, and energy transformation. Professor Mengüç and Canan Hanım will focus on hydrogen technologies and renewable technologies. So I will talk a little about focusing on carbon capture and emerging ones, and I will stop my presentation. These two methods are also in line with Turkish government's statements. I won't, of course, get into details. You capture carbon, you use it or you store it, and you have to transfer it. This is what you need. And there are, in fact, according to International Energy Agency, there are projects, but we don't have any in Turkey. And these are the projects related to cement sector. You can find many sources. For cement and for other sectors, we have many pillars to implement these technologies in Turkey. First of all, we need research and development projects, pilot projects, and hopefully industrial scale projects. And public funding is, of course, very important. And the regulations should be changed because these technologies should be inserted into our regulations, and hydrogen technologies should be supported. Also, we have sectors will have high energy demand and high renewable energy demand and clean energy. This may be clean energy or hydrogen energy, as Canan Hanım will focus. And we, of course, need infrastructure. Regarding carbon capture, we have questions. Do we have a pilot scale in Turkey? At the moment, no. If we capture carbon, what will we do with captured carbon? Is it possible for Turkey to store carbon in the sea? If it is possible, how will we transport this carbon? There should be infrastructure. And who is liable for the storage? And when you store it, of course, it should be deducted from your emissions. And of course, government support is very important. Many developed countries know it. I won't go through them in detail, but you see the huge amount of projects, finance supports given to the industries by the developed countries. And now, not the least but not the last, we need two other pillars. One of is public acceptance, because when industries use these new technologies, of course, prices will be higher, and the price of the product will be higher, and there should be an acceptance for this high product. And we need educated people, because we will need new regulations. We will have feasibility studies, research studies, and engineering works, and we both need educated people in the government and the public companies to implement these emerging technologies. I'd like to thank you for your attention for this short presentation, and I am leaving the floor to Professor Pınar Mengüç. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Canan. It's great to be here. Indeed, this is my third appearance in climate change talks, COPs, since 2010 and 2019. This time I am online, but I would like to mention what we have been discussing or doing over the years and giving you an overall view of what we can do. And for the moment, everybody over there at Sharm el-Sheikh at the COP meeting, probably they are overwhelmed with all kinds of ideas, with all kinds of implementations, country-based decisions, and thoughts and strategies. But indeed, at the end of the day, we have to really work on the biggest problem of our lifetime. The climate change concerns or climate risk is the biggest that we face, and we started feeling the end effect of it. So then there should be some other things, especially action-wise. The action-wise, we need to come out with the research. We have to come out with the new ideas, and emerging research areas are not limited to what we know now, even at the current level at the COP, but these things will stem out from our studies, mostly at the universities. So indeed, I have been working on energy-related problems over the last 40 years, many of them. Indeed, the first problem that I solved was related to coal combustion chambers, but it was the idea of coming out with governing equations that make the coal combustion furnaces much more efficient. That's called radiative transfer equation, and it's an integral differential equation. The beauty of having something like that was very good for my life, because I continued looking at not only around me, but also far away. So how to come up with integrated approach to everything we do. Indeed, coal is one of the biggest problems. It used to be the biggest problem when I was working on my PhD. But today, International Energy Agency just published a report, which is called Coal in Net Zero Transitions. But the subtitle includes people-centered change. So if you do not look at the people-centered transition, you cannot really go anywhere, because the society will not accept, as Canan just mentioned. So it's not just the technology, but it's also how the society accepts. It's a given new technology. How does it adapt? And then how does it use it towards its own goals? So given that in a university, you have to look at this integrated transdisciplinary approach. And I'll tell you a little bit more. And later, John Hanım is going to talk a little bit about transdisciplinary research in a different direction. But let me continue with my talk. Over the years, I worked on science-based energy research that includes, of course, sun, solar panels, solar radiation, or fires. And then it continued to wind because of the fluid mechanics. And then it went to nano, it went to measurement techniques. Without the measurements, you cannot really come out with the correct answers to find out how much emissions in terms of particles can be really quantified and measured. Then it went to all of them, of course, based on thermodynamics, without understanding not only the first law, but the second law of thermodynamics. You cannot really progress much. First law of thermodynamics is all about energy savings. But if you don't include the second law of thermodynamics, you cannot really talk about energy efficiency. So given that we continued with energy efficiency studies based on thermodynamics, again, with the second law of thermodynamics, and then after that came the buildings. In the last 10 years at the Center for Energy, Environment and Economy here at Özyeğin University, we have done lots of things. And I think you can find the details of them. I don't want to show you any slides about that, but you can find us if you just say CEEE, and this will come up. Among them, the energy efficiency was our push. Energy efficiency, when we started all these things, was not around. And yet, Stephen Chu, at that time, at the Department of Energy at the United States, mentioned that it is the low-hanging fruit. As a matter of fact, now everything shows that, according to the last International Energy Agency report, until 2030, if we are talking about decreasing emissions, energy efficiency will account for almost 15% of the total. That's a big thing. But not only energy efficiency, we have to talk about new technologies. New technologies, I would like to mention two of them. When I was an assistant professor at the University of Kentucky then, I was involved in a couple of research projects at the Center for Applied Energy Research there. And one of them was indeed shale gas. The other one was carbon nanotubes. Both of them are now game changers in the entire world, and they put United States into the innovation in a very interesting way. But it took about 30 years for them to be realized. So coming out with science-based transition is not easy. You cannot do it overnight. You have to really invest. You have to foresee. When you are doing all these things, you have to do it at a university with a number of different people, because this is really transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary work. So that is what we have been doing at the center over the years. Again, I'm not going to talk too much. I know today we are a little bit time pressed. And what I would like to do is I would like to mention now at the center, we are really working on with a few extraordinary people, and one of them is Canan Özsoy. And the idea behind her work is to put the design thinking and transdisciplinary thought process to future energy transition modalities. This is not easy. If you ask about even energy efficiency, everybody thinks that they can do it. But when you start, how do you do it? How do you make sure that people are not feeling discriminated against, or what kind of technologies should be adopted by a country before anybody else does? These are really important questions and requires a PhD level work. Many of you probably know Canan Özsoy. She's going to talk a little bit about herself, but we are extremely fortunate that she's also a PhD student and senior researcher at the Center for Energy, Environment and Economy at Özyeğin University. Without further ado, I would like to leave to Canan to mention one of the emerging the research areas. After that, I will talk a little bit about barriers for a couple of more minutes. Canan, it's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pınar Hocam. Canan Hanım, thank you very much for having us with you today. Let me start sharing my presentation, and I will yes, I can see that you can see my presentation. Good morning, everyone. It is a true pleasure and an honor to speak with you on a very important issue. As Pınar Hocam said, we need a collective mind and collaborative work to tackle one of the world's most complex problems, climate change, and thus bringing sustainability to the world's common resources. The air, the water, the oceans are our common sources, and our respective lives and businesses' sustainability depends on how we start preserving them. This requires a lot of change, especially in the energy space. In this short 15-minute talk, I will try to give a helicopter view of the hydrogen space and to set the stage for hydrogen integration to Turkey with its entire ecosystem in a well thought out manner, which is not an easy task. Besides transition to renewables, integration of new green technologies are essential to meet goals that have been set at 1.5 degrees to maintain global warming. The problem of anthropogenically driven climate change is in its link to our global society's present and future energy needs. And that is the greatest challenge facing our planet. And this need is not the same everywhere. So the solution is not the same everywhere. One of the key alternatives in achieving these goals is hydrogen, and it is now widely regarded as one of the key elements of a potential energy solution for this century and beyond, capable of assisting in issues of environmental emissions, sustainability, and energy security. Hydrogen has the potential to provide for energy in transportation, in distributed heat and power generation, and in energy storage systems with no impact on the environment locally and globally. However, this transition from a carbon-based energy system to a hydrogen-based economy involves significant scientific, technological, and, as Pınar Hocam mentioned, socioeconomic barriers. There are multiple hydrogen production methods which can then serve many needs across the sectors using water or methane as feedstock. Not all of these are complete in their research and development today, and I will try to mention some that are really going forward. We see their applications mostly in transportation and balancing of renewable electricity production for today. So, a short summary. Renewables alone will not be enough to offset carbon emissions in a green way. They have the problem of intermittency. When the sun sets, when the wind stops blowing, you need, especially for industry, and cement is a very heavy energy need industry, so you will need to balance it with a base load. There are geographical challenges. It is not feasible for renewables everywhere around the world. For example, Japan is one of the countries that have really worked on new green technologies, including hydrogen, but they do not have enough local generation capability for solar and wind. And then, as Canan Hanım mentioned before me, there are significant infrastructure challenges of how to integrate a similar yet very different element, hydrogen, into the existing infrastructure in a financial emerging alternative to coal and gas. Yet, hydrogen is not for everything. When we look at the IRENA report from 2021, they foresee that there will be 6 pillars of transition to a green energy environment. Renewables is going to be one of the protagonists, and energy conservation and efficiency should never be undermined. It will, if implemented correctly and globally, it will account for, together with renewables, half of the world's needed carbon reduction. And hydrogen has the potential to represent up to 10% of the carbon emission reductions. Hydrogen will probably start from industrial consumption, and in industrial consumption, it may account for up to 26% of emission reductions. And hydrogen technologies are emerging. Many innovations are underway. Besides technology and infrastructure innovation, governance, policies, regulation, financing is also required. So looking at all of what I have said up to now, as Pınar Hocam mentioned, a transdisciplinary approach and collaboration between academia and real sector to start with is a must, and then governments and international organizations should be part of this conversation. How do we generate hydrogen? What are the pros and cons? Usually, a color coding to define hydrogen production alternatives. Up until yesterday, gray and blue were very much in conversation. They use either steam methane reforming or steam methane reforming with carbon capture and storage to offset some of the carbon emissions while using natural gas, which is a very widely used source of energy production. Today, the gray is at commercial scale and blue is at the industrial scale, but both of these methods are cumbersome, expensive, and yet they are not green. They have either high or low carbon dioxide emissions. We foresee that the use of fossil fuels will decline dramatically by 2050, and investing in carbon capture and storage is expensive and complicated. Our recommendation is to start the ecosystem from the beginning with green hydrogen, which uses various methods of water electrolysis, and it is commercially feasible and totally carbon-free. But it also comes with its own challenges. While designing an ecosystem for hydrogen, the role of private sector is very important. We know that after the recent COVID-19 epidemic globally and the global economic challenges will not allow the governments to have the load of this transition, all of the cost of it, they will not be enough. There are some countries like the United States of America or European Union or Japan that are really putting aside important sums of money to develop these new technologies and to integrate them. But for the rest of us, I think it's important that the private sector takes their share starts to explore this area, start on the right foot, and then work collaboratively with academia, regulators, governing boards to find innovative ways to support the energy transition. When we look at the literature in an extensive review, in transportation, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles are growing at a speed that is very inspiring. Industrial applications, I will talk a little bit about examples in a few slides, is increasing, again, giving a lot of hope. And during electricity generation and transmission, there's a lot of work to be done. There are studies, a lot of reports that say that due to current costs and technology, for household heating and cooling, hydrogen may not be the best option. There is a lot of work in generation of electricity using hydrogen, and storage of hydrogen, transportation of hydrogen is still in early stages and needs a lot of technological advances. So, clean hydrogen can contribute as much as 80 gigatons of carbon dioxide abatement by 2050. And the McKinsey report says mostly it will be from industrial uses and transportation. How do you implement in hard-to-abate sectors? Cement, steel, chemicals have intense and uninterrupted need for energy. There is ongoing research for using solar or other sources to generate clean hydrogen on site and use the highly efficient energy of hydrogen for generating high temperatures necessary for manufacturing purposes. Technological barriers, cost of hydrogen, and integration issues still need a little bit more time to solve for. In this graph, you can see an example from the steel industry. There are currently 52 steelmaking projects with green hydrogen ambitions, and the early growth is centered in Scandinavia and Europe. However, there are 2 projects in North America, there are 3 projects in China and Japan, and 2 important projects in Australia. So is this real? I put this slide in order to give you hope and inspiration. You may say, is this real or is this only for academic research and some pioneer projects? No. Today, more than 680 large-scale hydrogen projects have been announced with a focus on production, industrial use, transport, and infrastructure. You can see on the top left corner the distribution geographically. Out of the 684 projects, most of them are in Europe. There are 332 large-scale industrial use projects, refinery, ammonia generation, methanol, steel, industry feedstock, and so forth. So there is a lot of activity, and we should be following closely, learning, and adopting in a way that really benefits our industries and Turkey's situation. So what are some successful early mover countries from the developed world are doing? In the United States, they are the world's second largest producer and consumer of hydrogen. They have the biggest financial support program from the government to promote clean hydrogen. They announced $9.5 billion in 2021, and the Hydrogen Earthshot program aims to decrease cost of hydrogen to $1 per kilo in 1 decade. That is something all of us is going to benefit from for 2030. European Union published its European Union Green Deal in 2019. They, in their holistic program focus on hydrogen as a key enabler, and their focus also is on green hydrogen. They have announced an European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. Availability and affordability of renewables and hydrogen is their main goal. They have an extensive incentivization and subsidy policy. They are also investing in transportation and storage research, and they are working on designing a holistic hydrogen value chain. Japan, on the other side, is a very early mover. They are the first nation that announced a national hydrogen strategy, and they aim to be the first hydrogen society in the world. They are importing green hydrogen from overseas with long-term agreements, and they are focusing on the entire value chain from generation to consumption. If they succeed in these long-term overseas green hydrogen import strategy, they will stimulate the international energy trade and further industrial collaboration. Designing an ecosystem for hydrogen requires the academia, the private sector, the real sector, and the governments to work very closely together. The critical task for policymakers should be to ensure investments in green technologies are sustainable and scalable. In the institutional design of green industrial policies, whether it is NGOs that are putting together a proposal or whether it is the government side putting together their policies, we need to consider three things. The first, and Mr. Denny Roderick, Professor Roderick, is a scholar of the Harvard University, and he has written this beautiful paper on how the green industrial policy should be set to ensure a safe and sustainable transition back in 2015. And I really think it's a classic, and the things he talks about are still very valid. One thing he talks about is embeddedness, which is close communication between private sector and policymakers, learning where constraints and opportunities are present. The other one is discipline and expectations. Companies receiving support from the government must deliver, and underperformance must result in removal of support. And accountability is another important part of policy making. Purpose is to achieve a greater public benefit at the end. It should not be limited to the benefit of companies or governments, but the society should feel the outcome. Now, before I finish my words, keeping close to my time, I would like to say a few last words. Yes, hydrogen is a great alternative for baseload use, replacing natural gas and coal. There are technological challenges, especially the challenge of scaling up. For example, European Union, in order to reach its nationally set goals, needs to come to 80 gigawatts of water electrolysis power to generate the hydrogen necessary. But today, they are at 0.5 gigawatts. So it's a huge challenge of scale up. There are financial and economical challenges. As mentioned in the case of United States, the cost of producing hydrogen must come down at least to the levels of natural gas cost today. And there are social challenges, awareness, education, inclusion in the decisions, and making the public understand what is really ahead is an important factor. There are regulatory challenges, what to incentivize, when to incentivize, how much to incentivize, and where to integrate these new technologies requires a lot of thought. We must address these challenges collectively, collaboratively, in a transdisciplinary approach, and according to a plan put together by contribution of all stakeholders using design thinking methodology. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Canan Hanım. Thank you, Canan Hanım, for your detailed presentation. Professor, could you wrap up the session?
Yes. Well,
And
first
we
of
will
all,
close it.
yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Canan to put everything in perspective. As you have seen, there's an incentive from policy point of view, from society point of view, and there's obviously an incentive from, as it is coming from the large companies. But ask about this. What will come in 10 years or 20 years or 40 years? There will be new research, right? That research, starting that research now is indeed our biggest barrier. We have to start this. I am involved in one of those high risk, high payoff, cutting edge research projects, which is being carried out by the UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles professors, Tim Fisher. In that one, for example, they are looking at the possibility of using concentrated solar energy to come out from carbon nanotubes pure graphite and also hydrogen using methane gas. By doing this, you are eliminating methane, you are coming out with pure hydrogen, and you are also coming out with pure graphite. And they are now scaling it up in Mojave Desert. Think about the possibility. Something like that is probably discussed over there in different pavilions at Sharm el Sheikh, but some other research projects will be coming in the long run, and they will need to be simplified, made cheaper, and available to different technologies. I just mentioned one of them. So the barrier is maybe for the moment for Turkey is to start, or whether to start, the high level research. There are some, but there should be more. Enablers, on the other hand, I think there's a very good possibility for Turkish industry, especially for hard to abate in sectors like the cement industry, to get into this one. This will require heavier involvement of the industry with the universities in a very focused way. And that's the reason we wanted to start this project at the Center for Energy, Environment and Economy. And as you see, Canan Özsoy is the leading actor on that, and we hope to show you more results in the coming years. I would like to thank you again, Canan, for bringing us to here. I would like to stop at this point.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Canan Hanım. We have lack of time, so we will not have time for question and answers. But anytime you can reach to Professor and his team and our association, and I am here also. I can help you if you have any questions. Thank you very much for listening to us, and thank you very much for joining us today, Professor and Canan Hanım. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Veriyorum mikrofonu. Tamam. Hazırlarsa başlayalım. Buyurun. Bunu size veriyorum. Açılsın şu an. Evet, başlayabilir miyiz? Biz size şarkılarınızı var.
Aslında şey çok iyi olur yani. Siz de şöyle yapar mısınız?
Dear guests, I would like to present warmest regards. Welcome all and thank you for participation. As we all know, to achieve net zero emission targets, concerted efforts are needed. There are numerous steps that can be taken altogether, from industry to buildings, from transportation to agriculture. With no doubt, one of the umbrella concepts that we need to focus is circular economy. And today, we are going to discuss different aspects of circular economy, especially the activities which have been ongoing in Turkey. There are 4 distinguished guests today together with us. Before introducing them, I would like to thank the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for providing this opportunity. I would like to convey my special thanks, Business Council for Sustainable Development, for pioneering activities in circular economy field in Turkey. We have 4 panelists today. I will give the first floor to Ebru Dildar Edin. She is chair at Business Council for Sustainable Development. Each participant will have 5 minutes for presenting and answering the questions that I'm going to ask. And we will have 2 rounds. So we hope that within 40-45 minutes we will be completing the panel today. Ebru Hanım, welcome.
Thank you.
As BCSD, Business Council for Sustainable Development, Turkey, you are working for the adaptation and transition of the business world to sustainability. And it is also the local network and partner of World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And you have, as far as I know, 114 companies from 26 different sectors, creating 21% of the Turkish GDP and providing employment to almost 900,000. Yeah. These are incredible numbers. Could you please share with us the vision of BCSD Turkey on circular economy? What would be the role of circular economy to ensure Turkey to become net zero in 2053? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Kubilay Bey. First, it's a really pleasure to be with you today. I think we have really very important panelists, and they are also our members. They do have a big contribution to sustainability as well as the circular economy. That's why I think it's a good opportunity for our Business Council for Sustainable Development of Turkey. Just let me give a little bit of information regarding Sustainable Development Agency of Turkey. We are part of the world's biggest organization of business world. That is the main difference about than the other organizations. Only companies can be members of our organization. We have been established in Turkey in 2004. Till 2019, we had 62 members. Right now, we have 115 members. Till you have the note, we have one new member, and we are now 115. For us, it is very important that our members are contributing to sustainability. Our aim is to bring our members together to learn from each other, to share their views about the sustainability. It's not only, of course, circular economy, energy efficiency, agriculture, social side regarding diversity and so. And we are trying to bring the best examples so that we can learn from each other. I think that is the main aim that we are trying to do within our organization. In our board, we have really distinguished board members, mainly CEO at C-level. We try to bring it because, you know, sustainability and all these subjects needs to be ownership from the top, of course, as well as it should be coming from the teams as well, from the organization. But I do give so much importance to be having the ownership from the top. That's why we want to bring all the senior representatives to our board. NWBCSD, just 3 words about them. They have 200, it's a big organization, but their central office has 200 members, and they are mainly the biggest organization, corporates in the world. And this year, no, 2 years ago, they had a kind of a new report regarding Vision 2050. And they say, time to transform. We need to transform. And in that sense, they say we should be able to move beyond our knowledge, beyond our expertise, totally new things. And today, actually, I arrived yesterday to COP27, and it's really stunning to be able to see all the new pavilions of also some countries. They have been focused on new innovation, technology, and the other things. So the future of the world will be coming from corporates who will be able to introduce new technological and innovative solutions. And we are trying to bring that also to our members. So, and circular economy. Since year 2016, we have been focusing on circular economy. You know, right now the world circular economy index is around 8.7%. In order to reach the targets of the world, to reach the global goals, should be 17%. So we need to double it. And also, there are really long pathway for all of us to achieve in that sense. We try to bring that, let's say, knowledge as well as the awareness. I think for everybody, especially for big companies and for suppliers, to be able to have the knowledge about awareness is the key. And this is what we are aiming to do. We have different platforms with different companies. Partnerships are also very important. And we try to bring that awareness to most of the companies because you know very well, the resources of the world is very limited, and we should be converting our system from linear economy to circular economy. Because if you continue today, we have reached 8 billion population of the world. And if it continue like that, we will be very soon 15 billion. And we know in July, I think it was at the end of July, we are using all the available resources for that year, and we are finishing it. That's why, and every year, starting from August, we start to have some credit from the coming year. In order to stop it, I think we should be able to use to be able. So that's all. Thank you.
I do thank you very much for this time efficient and intensified presentation. Thank you. Our second panelist will be Seçil Kızılkaya Yıldız. She is the Executive Vice President in Development and Investment Bank of Turkey. The circular economy offers significant opportunities for businesses to generate long-term value. Collaboration between industrial and financial sectors will be essential to achieve the required shift in business models and the innovation in financial instruments as well. Many leading global banks, Seçil Hanım, show their leadership and dedication accelerating the circular economy and have supporting their clients in transition through expert advisory services, capital raising, and direct financing to this topic. In that regard, could you explain how the circular economy can help achieve climate and other ESG goals while creating opportunities for new forms of better economic growth in Turkey from a financial perspective as a general approach?
Thank you very much, Kubilay Bey. Thank you very much for your moderation, great moderation. And I also would like to thank to BCSD for this important panel which we are discussing circular economy actually. As the Development Bank of Turkey, sustainability is in the very center of our business strategy, and circular economy of course is one of the main tools which to create sustainability in all terms. By circular economy, as you all know, I mean we can create you can't hear climate neutral economy, and the circular economy itself also can create economic opportunity via value chains it creates by the values it creates actually. Sorry. Companies shift towards a circular model actually can create positive impact both on environment and society, but also, as I mentioned, I mean, they can create further value. So they can, through these values, they can also attract the appetite of further ESG investors and funds, and financing their transition to circular economy could be easier via the funds raised through these tools actually. It also, if it is also built through renewable energy, the circular economy, it supports the agenda of the Paris Climate Agreement as well. So circularity also means creating economic growth via repair, reuse, and recycle. So on the climate action side, as we all know, I mean, like 55% of the greenhouse gas emissions can be mitigated through renewable energy. But to mitigate the remaining 45%, we definitely need the tools like circular economy to mitigate the 45% of the greenhouse gas emissions. This is very much important. And also circular economy principles, if they are implemented in the key sectors like cement, steel, food, plastic, and aluminium, a reduction of 9.3 billion tons of carbon dioxide can be reduced in 2050. This is actually equal to the entire emission, the whole emission created by the transport industry globally. Unfortunately, the circular economy is very much important, but the incentives on the circular economy side is not sufficient on the globe. When a product is produced, from the very beginning of the production phase, actually, 80% of the negative impacts on environment and society can be mitigated, and they are considered very well by the producers. However, on the circular economy side, it's not sufficient. The incentives are not sufficient, and there is way to go on the circular economy side. Many products can break down too quickly, as you know. I mean, they cannot be repaired or recycled, and many are unfortunately made for single use only. Actually, we should increase the incentives on the circular economy as a whole with all industries and on the financing side as well. I also would like to mention two important incentives, initiatives in Turkey on the circular economy side. One of them is, as you may all know, the zero waste policy, which is issued by our government. And by this zero waste policy, actually, it is aimed for all public, private entities and municipalities to increase the recycle rates to 35% until 2023. It was initiated in 2018, by the way. In 2017, the recycling rate was like 13%, and in 2021, it is doubled. It's like 27%. So it's very successful, I can say. And the other policy is, as you know, the charging of fee on the plastic bags. And once it is implemented, the usage of plastic bags decreased by 75% within this year, within a year after the implementation. So I can definitely say that going forward, we are expecting many initiatives to come on the circular economy side. And as a bank, of course, financing sustainability-linked efforts, we will definitely bring further funds to finance our clients' circular economy transition. And there are many to do on our side as well, I can say. Thank you.
I thank you, Seçil Hanım. Finance, industry, and raising enough funds into the circular economy will be very vital for achieving this transformation. And in the second round, I will ask you some more determined and concrete questions what finance industry can do, but let's do it in the second round. Now, distinguished guests, it is time to discuss about what is happening in the real sector, real examples. In that regard, our third by industry-wide first panelist will be Ebru Şenel Erim. She is Corporate Affairs and Communication Director at Unilever Türkiye. As you, Unilever, Ebru Hanım, you have prepared a climate transformation action plan that is very fancy, and the plan aims to have emission-free operations by 2030 and halve the carbon footprint of its products in the same year. At the same time, you aim to reach net zero emissions in the value chain by 2093. It is obvious that reaching those targets will necessitate concrete and aggressive steps because the targets are very impressive as well as aggressive. So, would you please explain what those steps are you are going to take? And specifically, how does the circular economy will have a role on such a great transformation in your group? And finally, do you see circular economy as a separate pillar to reach mentioned goals?
Perfect. Thank you so much. First of all, you are inviting me this very valuable panel. So, dear guests, so first of all, our yes, targets are super aggressive because Unilever is the first company that we promised to be a carbon neutral company by 2039. So this is the earliest FMCG company in the world that we are going to achieve this target. So Unilever learned about a lot from 2010 that we created Unilever Sustainable Living Plan. And we had many targets according to the carbon emissions and creating the value to the world. But just to think about it, as we are in the fast-moving consumer goods business, and you are using each and every product in every day, so it's around 3.4 billion people every day they are using our products, like you are washing your clothes, you are drinking our soups, you are eating our ice cream, so you are having a shower with our shampoos and shower gels. So if you can look at what a great place, if we can achieve these targets, could be such a big success. Each and every person can contribute as well. So that's why couple of important points about the latest information by the climate change targets. So our home care business as means that all of our products like Omosif, Domestos and the others, replacing fossil fuel derived carbon in our formulations with renewable and recycled carbon by 2030. This means that it's around, we can be achieve 20% of our emissions by these targets in our products. So this is super important and big goal, let me say. And the other one is about our future foods commitments. So the future food commitments are designed to transform global food systems, and we are going to reduce our impact of waste is not just with our operations, from your usage point of view as well. So this is another important target. So Unilever is also promised that our brands are investing 1 billion euro in climate and nature projects between 2020, means as of yesterday, by 2030 as well. This is another important number that we are going to use this money for our products, for deforestation, so recycling, all the other related projects about our business. So when it comes to the circular economy, so for sure, I'm not feeling that circular economy is a separate pillar that we can talk about the climate transformation. When it comes to the circular economy, think about that, the fast-moving consumer goods business. So we are carrying each and every product by the plastics, by the glass, by the paper as well. So as you all know, and I know you are all very concerned about the plastic waste. So this needs a very clear strategy, about, especially for our business, for this type of a very big consumer goods company. So what is our commitments, if you can going to ask about to me, that first our commitments to tackle this plastic waste. First, we will half of our virgin plastic that we are using in our products. Virgin plastic means that the newly created plastics that we are using in our bottles. How are we going to do that? We are going to use the post-consumer recycled products, which means you are using shampoos, omos, and everything in your home that you are throwing away to the garbage, means that we will collect half of our waste from the garbage, then we will use in our products. At this point of view, that we could be able to use the virgin plastic as a new plastic in our products. Is this an easy commitment? For sure, it's not an easy commitment. Especially in Turkey, if we can look at that, there is a no waste collection system, because we are all throwing away our plastic waste, and there is no, in some municipalities for yes, but there is no wide collection system in Turkey that we would be able to collect each and every very good quality of plastics that we can reuse again. So this is a very big problem that we need to tackle. But I'm closing right now my words because it's already finished 5 minutes. So hopefully I will be able to continue what I really like to say. Thank you so much.
I also thank you. You underlined the different aspects and peculiarities of the circular economy, such as packaging industry, waste management. These are all incompatible parts of the circular economy. Thank you very much for these nice highlights. And Murat Hepturluk, he is the final panelist of our team. He is Vice Chief Technical Officer at Berisa. And all of you know very well the tire industry is one of the capable industries for supporting circular economy. As a leading company, Murat Bey, operating in this field for many years, how do you position yourself, your company, towards circular economy? What does circular economy mean to Berisa? What kind of projects you performed up to now? And if possible, would you please share numerical benefits and tangible gains in order to provide meaningful insight to audience, as Ebru Hanım did? Thank you. Floor is yours.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much. So, thank you all for coming and listening us here and in front of the screens. And also special thanks to BCSD for inviting us. So we are in collaboration with them for a very long time. So we are the member of Material Marketplace since the very beginning. We are using their training materials and we are following the developments together. So thank you. And thank you for the organizers. So before starting, we are a joint venture between Bridgestone Japan and the Sabancı Turkey. These are the giant companies globally, and they have ambitious targets towards circularity and decarbonization. Before starting giving some figures, I would like to mention a couple of achievements about Berisa. Now we are leaders of CDP Turkey in Water and Climate Program. And in EcoVadis rating program, we have the gold medal actually. And in the Refinitiv rating, so which I think you are interested in too much, our ranking is now more than 90%, and now we are in the first rank in Turkey and the entire industry globally in this Refinitiv reporting. And also I'm proud to say that we are the first company in Turkey to calculate, to report and get the approval from SBTi of our science-based targets. So it's really one of the most important achievements. So how we are doing? So you need a holistic approach to do those achievements. You need a vision, you need strategy, and you need teammates to achieve those projects and those achievements. So with our one for all approach, our vision is to be a role model in the society for decarbonization, to be pioneer with our all stakeholders. So looking at all the opportunities and the risks, we have designed our strategy based on three pillars. Actually, one is transition to low carbon economy, transition to low touch economy, and socio-cultural transformation. So our circular economy approach is one of the most important enablers to achieve those strategies and those goals actually. So now I will give you a couple of figures under 4 categories because I can categorize our projects and activities under 4 categories. One is waste reduction actually. So we have switched to zero landfill in 2015, long before the regulations actually started. And we have also started to reduce single use of plastics in 2020, and only in last year, around 130,000 tons of single-use plastics we have eliminated, which is corresponding to our 15% of our waste. And only in 2023, we have committed ourselves to make it zero, actually. Now, we have established our consignation system, all type of IBC and other type of tanks to reuse them again, to not to send to waste. And also, now, with our new investment, we are capable of 850 tons of recycling plastic, all kind of plastics every year, including our teammates, our employees, household plastic garbages also. Yeah, we are collecting all of them and donating the money to our education supporting program.
Could you please give the number again? I missed 830.
850 tons annually, the capacity we have reached, not only our waste, also our employees' household waste. We are collecting, we are gaining, or we are selling it and donating the money to our Birisa educational supporting program for university students. The other part of the story is the recycle and recovery, actually. So again, this year we have started a new project, and now we are able to recycle 500 tons of coated steel wire every year, which is very big figure actually. And we are segregating compound and the steel wire from each other. And you know, these compounds are being used in animal pets to improve their milking efficiency, or the steel wires that we are recycling are being used in construction industry to reinforce the cement. Also, through our composting process, around 300 tons of organic waste we are turning into 60 tons of fertilizer every year. And also, since 2008, we are recycling our polyethylene liners within our premises. And every year we are saving 300 tons of polyethylene utilization with the recycling unit. Also, for end-of-life tires, we have to So we have to collect all the tires that we are selling to the market. We are collecting, we are making pyrolysis operation, and we are regaining these materials in our operations. And also, finally, I have to mention that new generation of products are coming with the 20% of weight reduction and around 17% of fuel reduction, actually, which are very soon we are launching those products with our partner, which is the most innovative products in maybe tire industry, which are coming. I'm proud to say that in a couple of months we will change the game in scope 3 emissions also. Thank you very much.
We congratulate. Dear guests, as you noticed, we began with the macro perspective, and then we continued with the finance issues. Then we turned into the real sector examples. Now we will follow the same path, and I will return back to Ebru Hanım for discussing the macro perspective again. Ebru Hanım, you have been working as BCSD Turkey on circular economy since 2016, and you have a wide spectrum of implementation that create positive value for companies under the Turkey Circular Economy Program. I also know that you have different projects that you are carrying out on circular economy. Would you please give more details on the projects you conducted and exemplify good practices? That would be very important.
Thank you again. Yes, when you say macro, I was a little bit concerned because I will be giving more examples about what we are doing on circular economy. Let me start. We do have 5 projects, to summarize. But the first one, I think it has a big contribution to business world. That's why I will be in more details for the first one. It is the Turkey Materials Marketplace project and the Circular Economy Platform. This is a digital platform that enables the exchange of materials between industries. So it is for the circular economy, we are always saying that this facilitates, it should be transaction between separate different industries. And this is a platform where we are trying to enable that. And also, it is important to have a business to business. It's not something that you create and then you give to for, let's say, social project. It's also for the favor of the business as well. I think that has also a value for that. This is something that we try to take attention as well. And also, because it's a digital marketplace, you will be able to reach many companies. It can be also a small company, big company from Istanbul, from Erzincan. Everybody will be able to part of that platform. Till now, we had 60,000 tons of material it's not enough, of course. When you say 60,000 ton is sounds high, but it's not high. Of course, if you look at the business impact on that, it is not that much. But I think it has a big way to grow, and it corresponds almost 3.5 million euros of transactions. It's important because we want to grow that initiative, and also that digital part should be also grow. That's why teaming up with different organization in that sense. Of course, I have to mention that European EBRD has been our partner in that sense, also the sponsor till since 2016, and I hope that we will be able to continue with them because their knowledge, our knowledge, bringing together is helping also. It's not only having a transaction, we are giving also some grants to companies to design their processes. We are giving also some trainings. Education is also important. We are also sharing good examples so that companies will be able to learn from each other. That's why that platform is the highlight of what we are doing on circular economy. On the second, I should be saying that last year we have prepared with KPMG a report to regarding circularity potential of 5 different sectors in Turkey, and it is finished, and it shows that, for example, in plastic packaging, the sector is 7% only circular. The textile is almost 16%. Of course, more detailed analysis should be made, but it's a way to start these analysis, because when you have the analysis and then you start to know where you are heading up. This is why I do give that also big importance. Of course, it will be like an advertisement, but tomorrow we will be talking about the plastic initiative. It's also something we have started with the circular economy as well. The third one is that it's a project that we launched in April together with Istanbul Chamber of Industry with Mustafa Bey. Thanks, he's also here. I think it's also very important. We are trying to reach their members to teach them, especially we try to raise awareness at SMEs on issues related to the EU Green Deal. You know, EU Green Deal is a very important subject for all companies, and they need to have awareness, and circular economy is very important for the EU Green Deal. And this is why we tried, especially with I hope that it will be a good pilot, and then we will be able to also to grow that as well. And last but not least, I should be saying we had also the Circular Economy Week of Turkey. And this is where we are trying to bring different parties who had also good examples on the circular economy. 2 years in a row, we have done that, and we will continue. We had 1,500 participants and also 100 speakers. That's why we are again learning from each other. I think it will be also a good opportunity for everybody who is interested with circular economy. Thank you.
I thank you, Ebru Hanım. At the beginning of the presentation, I have said that concerted efforts are needed and will be needed more from now on. And we can see that good concerted efforts have been formed and constituted by your institution, association. Thank you. Seçil Hanım, I have several questions because finance is important, so I will tell all of them, and I would like to reply as much as possible to all of them. First, how do you evaluate the status of Turkish financial sector from the perspective of circular economy? Second, do you think that commercial banks and non-banking financial institutions are inclined to take role on circular economy financing? Actual practices or the prospective projects or funding opportunities? In particular, as a development bank, are you able to prioritize circular economy from the perspective of fund allocation? And finally, what is your role in funding circular economy by sustainable financing, capital markets, and M&A operations? I know there are a lot of questions, but at the end of the day, it will have a cost, and you are here representing finance industry. Please reply all of them if possible. If not, as much as you can do. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. Hopefully, I can respond to all your questions. Actually, as you know, the finance provided to circular economy increased exponentially in the last couple of years. The public funds provided for the circular economy increased tenfold between 2018 and 2020. On the other hand, the bond market provided for circular economy also increased fivefold within the last 2 years. For your first question, actually, and we as the bank expect further finance to come for circular economy. As more companies are doing their transitions to circular economy, and more investors show appetite to companies who are in the transition to circular economy. So, due to climate crisis and COVID-19 in the last couple of years, actually, the importance of green finance increased in our country as well, both on the commercial bank side, on the non-bank financing side, and on the bank side as well. So, the Turkish financial regulatory authorities issued the legal framework both on the Capital Markets Board side and BRSA, the legal framework for the green finance. And the Green Deal Action Plan was also prepared and issued by Ministry of Trade. As the Development Bank of Turkey, of course, we signed many loan agreements with multilaterals for the theme of circular economy in the last couple of years. These are like World Bank Group, KfW, Japanese Development Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Bank. In the last 3 years, actually, we brought approximately 45% of the total loans we brought within the last 17 years to Turkey. And only minority of them actually touches to circular economy. Most of them, as you may all know, renewable energy and energy efficiency. But we are trying to improve the themes within the last couple of years, because we see very much in the center of sustainability the circular economy issues. So, as the Development Bank of Turkey, currently our half of our loan portfolio actually grows out of the renewable energy assets. But I can proudly say that 81% touches to sustainability-linked loans. So the remaining approximately 20% is working capital facilities. For the time being, with our loans, we are tackling 15 out of 17 sustainable development goals, but we aim to reach to 17 within the next couple of years. And renewable energy and circular economy is one of the main tips we would like to touch base on. So I also would like to mention our Eurobond, the sustainable Eurobond, which we issued very recently. It's 100 million euros. It's for the tenor is 11 years, and the proceeds will be used. The 85% of the proceeds will be used for renewable energy, and some part will be used for circular economy as well, and the remaining part for the gender equality. So, as the Development Bank, also we signed the impact principles in Turkey. We are the first signatory for the which signed these impact principles in Turkey, actually. And accordingly, we are analyzing all of our activities with impact lens, and we would like to increase the impact investments, which also focus on circular economy. And as a last word, I would like to say that within our sustainable finance framework, one of the eligibility criteria for green project is to increase the recyclability, reusability of products. And resource consumption reduction rate is also a key performance indicator for us as per our sustainable finance framework. For your last question, I can definitely say that circular economy will be will be in the very center of our business strategy going forward, and we will try to bring further funds to our country to finance the transition to circular economy.
Betül Hanım, I thank you, and I know that time elapses very quickly. However, at least with one word, with one sentence, I would like to hear what you think about the entire banking industry towards circular economy. How do you evaluate, especially the commercial banks? Do you think that there will be some funding flows in the upcoming future? What is your estimation or expectation as a finance professional? Just a few words.
Sure. I definitely think that there are many further funds will come to Turkey in the upcoming years because, as you know, I mean, more of the companies would like to complete their transition to circular economy, in terms of circular economy, I mean. So when they are doing their transition, they definitely need funds, and more funds will be coming to finance this transition. And on the investor side, more and more investors are showing appetite to the companies who are completed their transition to circular economy. So this is like chicken and egg, actually. In case you finance the companies which are in the transition mode for circular economy, then more funds on the investor side will come. And this is actually a whole picture, if I may say correctly.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's accelerate the questions and the responses. Ebru Hanım, by relying upon the first question, how do you see the status of companies in your supply chain? What kind of barriers, obstacles, and difficulties you expect to confront, and how do you plan to tackle with them?
Yeah, first of all, it's not an easy situation because, around 95% of Turkish economy is very demanding of the small, medium enterprises. So all of them, many of them of our suppliers. But the important thing is that if there is a strategy, as we talked, to become zero carbon, you can't do alone. So you need all of your suppliers' support on that point of view. And if they are not going to achieve, then you are not going to achieve. So what needs to be done? Not just the company's commitments enough. At the same time as we are all coming together today, what we are trying to do, first we are trying to learn from each other. First, we are trying to create regulations and laws according to these very bold targets that become live. And also, really important to create a knowledge, and creating such a problematic way to become solved altogether is another important point that we are talking about it. So that's why governments, universities, as everyone is also talked about it, that all the NGOs, all the companies are going to tackle these issues all together. This is our belief that we can do. But first, this will start by the company level, and it will continue to run through the value chain, starting from the sometimes farmers, sometimes the raw material productions, till to the garbage.
Thank you very much. And our final panelist, Murat Bey. You did a lot as far as I see, and what kind of challenges you experienced in the implementation? Because draw lessons from the practice would enlighten us. Would you please share your experiences in the implementation period?
Okay, thank you. You know, it's always hard to do something good, right? It's not easy. So we have different adventures with all the stakeholders. So sometimes we are running much faster than the regulatory bodies that they have to follow us. Sometimes we are stopping, waiting them, and we are giving feedbacks to get these regulations on track and to continue our studies. with our dealer network, you know, we have around 1,000 dealer network, and they are the small companies. They don't have experts to make some reportings, etc. So we are developing some softwares with a smart tools, like with a smartphone application. They are just taking photo of their electricity bills, and with a one click, they are making their reportings easily to get them to join our activities in that area. And also for the customers, another adventure, because some of the customers believes that if we use recycled material in our product performance is not good, not as good as the original one. So also we are fighting with that kind of perceptions in the market. This is really important. Also with our sister companies under the industry group in Sabancı, everybody is doing something now with the leadership, sponsorship of our industry group president, Cevdet Bey. Now we are preparing our decarbonization roadmap altogether with a holistic approach to reach our 2030 and 2050 zero emission targets as Sabancı Group. So actually that's it from my side. So we are burning all the bioenergy that needed on these matters and on this perspective, because we know it's really important and we have to do everything that we can. Okay, thank you.
I thank you. Dear guests, as there have been some postpones in the morning, there will be no Q&A sessions, but our panelists are here and will be here after the session. And if you would like to make exchange of ideas, you can talk with all of them. We will be here after the panel. Thank you very much for your kind interest and patience. It's all right, suppose.
Ses. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to event organized by. Welcome to the event organized by Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Let me introduce myself firstly. My name is Ümit Çalıkoğlu. I'm working at Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Directorate of Energy Efficiency and Environment. As group coordinator, climate change group coordinator. Today we will discuss about an important topic, which is a strong linkage between carbon and energy markets. Carbon markets have become one of the most important tools for countries to reach their mitigation targets and climate change targets. Applications such as carbon border adjustment mechanism bring this to the fore even more. In fact, we see the energy sector has the largest share in carbon markets, carbon pricing, due to the dominance of combustion emissions. In addition to carbon markets, energy attribute certificates. Energy attribute certificates also play an important role in supporting climate-friendly investments such as renewable energy. Today, our panelists aim to discuss about strong linkage between carbon and energy markets. They will share valuable information on the study of their companies, institutions, on voluntary and compliance markets, green electricity certificates such as YEKGE and IREC. Also, CORSIA, CBAM, Article 6 application of Paris Agreement, sustainable financing and transparency. I would like to introduce you to speakers. Our first speaker is Jean-Willem van de Ven. He's International Climate Policy and Development at EBR, the Climate Strategy and Delivery Department. His role includes carbon market development, climate finance strategy, and climate policy engagement. He plays an active role in the international policy dialogue for carbon markets, climate finance, and the promotion of energy efficiency and renewable energy. We will inform you with the presentation. He will inform you with the presentation titled EBRD support to market-based carbon pricing in Turkey. Sorry, he will speech. He have a speech about this. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Van de Ven.
Thank you, for your kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. As EBRD, you may have heard about the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We're one of the largest investors in Turkey, and particularly in the renewable energy sector, and we have been, let's say, we had a very successful program with, for example, Garantie Bank and other banks, which was called MIDCEF, and through that we kind of ignited the first renewable energy projects at scale in geothermal, wind, hydro, and solar as well. Connected to that program, we had a program that was helping also the project sponsors to develop the voluntary carbon market side, because at that time Turkey was a bit outside kind of the Annex 1 and outside the non-Annex 1, and only the voluntary market was there to kind of see if you can fetch and monetize a carbon price for the emission reduction achievements of the sector. Let's say I've seen we have always tried with Turkey to kind of promote the uptake of carbon pricing. We also had a training program with the banks and with the banking regulator and so on to kind of make them acquainted with these systems. And as you know, there are many systems now. You have the voluntary market, you have the cap and trade in Europe. You now have the emergency of the kind of the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, which will affect, let's say, the trade with between Turkey and Europe in 2027. So that sounds like far away, but it's in fact rather close. So many developments. Turkey has signed up to CORSIA, which is the carbon market scheme for aviation, and of course Turkish Airlines is a big carrier. So yeah, all these interactions come together. So we have together also with the Ministry of Environment did some work on okay, how can you position yourself as a country, what kind of opportunities and risks are there. And let's say I'm very glad to see, and increasingly glad to see that also on the government side this is increasingly taken seriously, and I still have to read it probably, but I heard today you came out with new NDC, so that's some good stuff there. And you also, I understand, together with the World Bank and GIZ are planning for an emissions trading scheme, or at least some piloting around that. So that's all very good development, because eventually we can only reduce, well, what do markets do? Markets is not a final solution. It's a mechanism, a tool in order to achieve a climate goal in the most cost efficient manner. And if you do that in a cost efficient, let's say at a reduced cost to society, that means that you can accelerate the movement. The other important bit is, of course, that it would differentiate the supply of energy between those that are reliant on fossil fuels and the clean ones, and hopefully it will drive, let's say, the uptake of cleaner fuels like e-fuels and hydrogen solution type of solution over time. So as a EBRD, we have been supporting Turkey and for example, on the Energy Efficiency Action Plan a while ago. We are supporting currently the Ministry of Environment on trying to find a way on Article 6. As to the corporates, we are rolling out a program whereby we provide technical assistance to corporates as to the topic of climate governance. So we think it's very important that also beyond governments, that also corporates get low carbon emission plans for their own corporate. How do they go about it? What kind of technologies are they going to deploy over what time period? And also coming back to the issue of carbon markets, how are they going to organize themselves around the issue of carbon price and carbon trading? What kind of who will be mandated in the corporate to trade in carbon? What kind of risk profiles they are allowed to take, and all of that. So I think there's a lot of knowing Turkey. Sorry, I still use the old. Takes time to get used to it. We need to. We will keep on that support. It will take a bit of time for these new carbon pricing systems to take hold. Now, on the connection with the energy market, there's of course a way. If you trade in, let's say, gas-based or coal-based power, obviously, if an emissions trading scheme comes to play in the power sector, then you would need to hedge your carbon position as well. So that's perhaps where the exchange comes in. in order for, let's say, the traders to be able to manage that position. Yeah, so that you also can lock in basically the carbon price with hedging and so on, so that you know your cost and can trade forward the power in the market. Yeah, if there are any, let's say I can expand for the next 2 hours probably, but no, one last bit I want to mention. So there's the drive of carbon pricing in the real economy, yeah, but there's also the aspect of the finance, and so the financial system, and it's very important, increasingly important for banks, all including ours. What is the let's say the carbon transition risk? Yeah, so not having a carbon price, in our minds, that's a very high risk. Yeah. If you do have a carbon price, it becomes manageable. You can manage and train up people, again, come up with trading positions. Maybe the use of offset schemes and etc. can help to alleviate some of these transition issues and to manage it. So that is, I think, quite important to understand if for corporates to willing to access, let's say, finance in the coming years for the investment in the right technologies. Okay, I'll leave it at here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van de Ven, for your valuable information about the market carbon pricing, MITSEF Carbon Market Program, CORSIA, National Energy Efficiency Action Program, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and carbon pricing. EBRD is a very active international financial institution in Turkey, especially for energy sector. Mr. Van gave valuable information about these studies. In order to use the time effectively, I'm planning to take questions after the end of the last presentation. Now I want to continue with Ms. Nesli Antok's presentation. She is graduated from Hacettepe University, Department of English Language and Literature. Ms. Tok is currently working as Sustainability and Communication Supervisor in SOCAR, Turkey, and responsible for sustainability performance measurement and improvement, sustainability reporting, carbon certification, corporate social responsibility projects.
Ses. Güzel. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nesli Hantok, Communications and Sustainability Supervisor of SOCAR Turkey, which is the largest industrial group in Turkey with an amount of investment amount of almost $18 billion in Turkey in energy sector. And today is my 5th day in COP event, and it's really a great pleasure to meet valuable panelists and to share knowledge with each other. And I'm looking forward, and I'm really excited to see the outcomes as well. So before starting my presentation, I would like to just brief the flow. I will just shed a light on energy market and carbon market, and then I will deep dive into SOCAR Turkey's position in the carbon market. So first of all, let's take a look at the energy markets. After the COVID-related decline in the energy demands in 2020, the rapid economic growth last year actually has put some pressure on energy system, and this pressure of course, resulted in sharp price increases in the energy market, actually energy supply, such as natural gas, coal, and electricity. As you can see on the chart, the fuel cost of coal and gas-fired power plants have dramatically increased in 2022. And when we look at the renewables, which is the fastest growing source of electricity supply, it is the renewables actually was affected because of the high prices of oil and gas, because the raw materials for renewables actually also increased, the prices for them increased. So when the raw materials cost increases, as you can see also in the chart, in 2022, it has a dramatic, here it has a dramatic increase, as you can see in the chart. But despite this increase in the low raw materials cost, the renewable investments has also increased 6% last year, and it is also supposed to be increased since it is the cheapest and the most efficient way for clean energy, of course. And now let's take a look at the carbon markets. According to IPCC's latest report, global emissions need to fall by 43% by 2030 in order to limit the temperature rising to 1.5 centigrade degrees, as most of you all know. And this requires rapid reductions of emissions. And global carbon markets play an important role in terms of this reduction. And let's take a look at the carbon markets now. There are two types of carbon markets. One of them is compliance market. It is based on mandatory national or regional carbon reduction programs, and it has a cap and rate principle. And one of the well-known types of compliance market is actually emission trading system. So the system allows industries with low emissions. So the system allows industries with low emissions to sell their extra allowances to larger emitters. And coming to the voluntary market, the voluntary carbon market is driven by private players, is not regulated by the government. And according to the World Bank's report, annual voluntary carbon market value exceeded $1 billion for the first time in 2021. And carbon credit markets grew by 48%. So this is a huge improvement, I believe. And coming to the link between energy markets and carbon markets, you see that macroeconomic activities are fragile to high uncertainty, which we experienced in COVID pandemic period. And when the uncertainty begins, the energy demand also decreases. And when the energy demand decreases, the oil prices also decreases, and it directly affects the carbon prices as well, since the demand for carbon emission allowances will decrease. So the price also for carbon will decrease. And when we look at the future scenario for energy and carbon markets, International Energy Agency predicts that oil and gas will meet 48%, which is near 50% of total energy demand in 2040. So we see that energy transition will still play a big role and will, of course, will continue to affect the carbon credits carbon prices. So in future scenarios, according to McKinsey's study, as you can see on the chart, the demand for carbon credits is expected to increase by 15 times by 2030, and it could reach 100 times by 2050. And in the longer term, when we look at the carbon prices in longer term, actually the market is expected to be diminished when hopefully all countries achieve their net zero targets. So coming to our approach as SOCAR Turkey, of course, we had also explained, we had also announced our long-term and mid-term carbon reduction, emission reduction goals. And in order to reach our goals, which are reducing our emissions by 30%, by 40% by 2035, and going net zero by 2050. In order to reach, yes, so on the slide, as you can see, in order to reach our goals, our strategic priorities are decarbonization, circular economy, and bioproducts. Nowadays, we are working on bioproducts by using bio-naphtha in our petrochemical plant. And decarbonization is also we are working on with energy efficiency projects and renewable energy projects, actually. And I won't go much in detail because I'm sure you all know about the carbon border adjustment mechanism and its effect to Turkey and energy sector as well. So our sector is also preparing for carbon border adjustment mechanism. And we are, as the organization, as SOCAR Turkey, we are creating more awareness in all levels of the company in order to get prepared for the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And also we are conducting life cycle assessment studies of our products in order to measure the environmental impact of our refinery and petrochemical products. We are also, we had contributed to PMR project, World Bank's partnership for market readiness project. And also we are contributing to Turkish ETS system by attending carbon pricing working group of the ministry. It is important for all sectors to share their knowledge in this journey. And coming to our figures in SOCAR Turkey, as I said before, we are conducting energy efficiency projects for decarbonization in the short term. And here are some figures with the energy projects in 2021. We saved electricity, natural gas, fuel gas, steam, and water in the figures you see on the slide. And all of them resulted in 223,000 tons of carbon dioxide saving. And also, in terms of consumption, not only production, we also we started to consume green energy in many spots, many consumption points of our company, such as buildings, warehouses, storage facilities. And also we are collaborating with Global Carbon Council, which is a voluntary carbon offset program. And in order to reduce our carbon footprint, as I mentioned, we have also renewable energy investments, and we also applied for our wind power plant for GCC certification. And also IREC certification is in our agenda. Recently we had also had IREC certificate for our renewable wind farm actually plant, which is Petkimres. And we are also working now on the increasing capacity of the wind power as well. So I tried to just give you an opinion of how SOCAR Turkey is preparing for both carbon border adjustment mechanism and all the carbon markets. We are slightly going in and I'm sure we will be more deeper in the carbon markets in the upcoming time. So thank you for listening. I hope I didn't exceed the time, Ümit Bey.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stock, for your valuable presentation. The fact that we are experiencing the negative effect of climate change more frequently today has brought the issue of sustainability to the forefront. At this point, voluntary carbon prices and energy attribute certificates become more popular. SOCAR is an originally oil and gas company, but carries out important activities for sustainability and climate change. Thank you again, Ms. Stock. We will continue with Ömer Kırcalar. He is Strategy and Business Development Manager in Turkish Energy Exchange, Exist. Mr. Kırcalar specializes in strategic planning, energy and environmental markets, and is responsible for following up global energy markets, chasing new business opportunities, and development of new market products, including power and gas future markets and renewable energy certification system for Turkey, YEKGE system. He will make presentation about the role of transparency and environmental products in energy transition. Mr. Kırcalar, floor is yours.
Hi everyone. I would like to first thank to Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and especially to Mr. Çalıkoğlu for inviting me. And I would like to thank also to you, valuable, respected attendees for joining this session. And today's presentation is a little bit short, but I would like to give you some information about what is coming in the next for the EPH and what we are doing in terms of environmental products. I would like to start my presentation with the overview of carbon markets, voluntary carbon markets. When we look at the voluntary carbon market stats, we see that especially after the European Green Deal Action Plan, we see that a quite increase in the demand and supply. And when we look at the chart on the right side, we see that the demand scenarios that's prepared by McKinsey is going up dramatically, especially in 2050. We see that the total demand is expected to reach like 13 gigatons of carbon dioxide. And in 2030 also it goes up to 1.5 gigatons, between 2 and 1.5 gigatons. And when we compared it with 2020, we see that almost the total demand is expected to reach 15 times more. So this is quite a huge amount of increasement. And when we look at why the demand is going so up, because in recent studies shows that the more countries announce their carbon neutral targets, the more actions are being taken by the companies inside the countries. And we expect also in 2030 the total demand surpass the total supply in terms of voluntary carbon markets. And this makes that voluntary carbon markets to be more transparent, needed to be more transparent and more secure, to avoid of double issuance and double cancellation. And nowadays we see that the most used carbon offsetting standards are gold standard and verified carbon standard, VCS. Almost they have the market share, 75% of the market share for today. But we knew and we see that many other also carbon credits organizations and companies are getting into the market. So maybe the blockchain system needed to be used for achieving a more transparent and traceability of the system. So with carbon, and I would like to also emphasize that why I started my presentation with voluntary carbon markets and carbon credits, because for energy transition, when we look at carbon credits, especially carbon credits that comes from renewable power plants, are taking a key role, especially in Turkey. most project that accepted by gold standard comes from renewable energy installation and production. So it's one of the key aspects. And also when we look at the energy transition, also energy efficiency is other key elements. As a company, EPH, these two are the main pillars that we are taking in action against to achieve the energy transition smoothly in Turkey. So when we just only put the carbon emissions in the center of sustainability, we are not quite prepared for the other sustainable aspects that are defined by United Nations. United Nations defined 17 different categories for achieving other sustainability criteria for making our world into a more livable world. And the things that I also like that I see many times, especially Gold Standard achieve that and doing that. Gold Standard has a marketplace inside, and they put their carbon offset credits by categorizing also the sustainability development goals. So it means that more and more company and end users get used to these terms and more accepted more in the near future, and this will also make a chain effect and boost of usage of this credits more, in my opinion. So after that point, I would like to mention about this overviews, our company's portfolio, and what we are doing as an EPH for environmental market solutions. EPH, by the way, EPH and EXIS also the same name. We use the EXIS in international area, Energy Exchange Istanbul, and EPH in domestic area. And these are our vision to become a reference energy exchange for global energy markets. So we are working quite high, especially this is independent from the topic, but becoming a regional gas hub is one of the hot topics in Turkey. So we are quite hardly working on this topic. And our mission is efficient, transparent, and sustainable operation and development of energy markets. And these are the principles as well. EPH is a 7-year-old company. We are the energy market operator in Turkey. So this is the activities that has been conducted by EPH. On the left side, you can see the markets that we operate. We operate day-ahead and intraday power markets, power futures markets, organized natural gas spots markets, natural gas futures market, and YEKCI system and market operation. YEKCI system on the below, this is currently our only environmental market product. And I can gladly say that 2021 was one of the key years for EPH and one of the most fruitful EPH year of EPH because we initiated 3 new markets, 2 power markets and the YEKCI system. And on the right side, EPH is a little bit different than the other market operators, energy market operators in Europe, because we are also giving central counterparty services to our market operations. This means that we are taking the risk management on our shoulders, and we provide risk management service to our market participants by giving a default management system and collateral mechanism to the parties. And we are also responsible for renewable energy support scheme operations. We are calculating the amount which should be reflected to those suppliers to support the feed-in tariff and the premium in a financial way. So we make the calculation and we reflect this amount to the parties in Turkey. Now I would like to get in more into our YEKCI system. The YEKCI system actually is a similar system to the guarantees of origin system in Europe, but only right now YEKCI system covers the renewable energy sources, not all other sources. So the main purpose of the YEKCI system is to tracking the electricity produced from renewable energy and tracing it and delivering it to end customer, and to guarantee that the end customer is consuming the renewable energy. Because when we look at the graphic on the screen, all end customer and power producers use a single grid right now in Turkey, but it's also changed in worldwide. The structure of the grid also becoming more distributed system rather than being a central-oriented system. Also, the system operator conducting some new operations to make the transmission system more flexible. And when we look at the grid, we don't know which resource that we consume as a consumer. But with the renewable energy tracking system, YEKG system, we can solve it by having a YEKG certificate issuance and delivering it to the end customer. So I would like to mention about the purposes of the YEKG system. The first purpose of course, the support the renewable energy usage. And the second one is to bring suppliers to obligation for disclosure of the source they provide to their end customers. And of course, the environmental effect to support the environment. And also to give more detailed information about which resources the end customer uses. And making a valuable contribution to the sustainable future. So this is the process of the YEKG system. So in order to registering the YEKG system, power plant owners and the producers should make the registration to the YEKG system. But we have the limitation here. If the power plant included in other schemes, like voluntary carbon schemes like Gold Standard VCS or other energy activity tracking system like GEO or IREC, they are not eligible to get in the system to avoid the double issuance of their environmental effect of the output of the power plants. And then after the registry completed, for each month, by the way, the system works monthly because we gather the data of this the power plants monthly as exists, and we issue the certificates that equivalent to the power production amount of each power plant monthly. So we issue YEKG certification for the power plants. And then this YEKG certificates can be traded bilaterally through our YEKG system registry. So you don't have to get in the organized YEKG markets to buy and sell the certificates, but you can make your trade by using bilateral agreement with other suppliers. So, but we have the registry. Third party who is making their trading through bilateral agreement should also do this by using our registry. So we transfer the YEKG certificates from one account to another. And also, we also provide an organized YEKG market for trading of these certificates. And the market works right now monthly. So monthly based, you can use our market by having central counterparty services and managing your risk. And we also, the last process of YEKG system is the cancellation. YEKG system has 1 year duration of usage. So within this 1 year duration of usage, for example, if a supplier company has YEKG certificates in its hands, and one company would like to use the YEKG certificates equivalent to its electricity consumption for some certain amount of period, so it can easily make the cancellation, and the company has the right of announce that it can use the renewable energy during that period of time. So this slide shows the linkage between energy attribute tracking system with voluntary carbon markets. So for GHG emissions, for reporting, companies reporting their GHG emissions in 3 different scopes. Scope 1 is the process emissions. The companies can only use some carbon credits for offsetting their process emissions on this part. But for Scope 2 emissions, Scope 2 emissions, by the way, consist of the electricity that the companies has consumed. They can buy a YEKG certificate and make the cancellation for themselves, and can easily report the result to the disclosure programs and the standards, and they can easily use this cancellation in their sustainability reportings. And there is also one more category, it's a scope 3 category, supplier emissions that comes from other than energy, such as transportation and distribution. So in this regard, YEKC system is a pretty new system actually. It has been like almost more than a little bit more 1 year, like more or less 1.5 years, let's say. And when we look at the amount, especially in Turkey, when we look at the usage of YEKC system for purpose of voluntary market reportings, we see that especially in Turkey, CDP is one of the most preferred disclosure platform, and YEKC, there are many companies in this year for their emissions comes from, for the emissions 2021 used YEKC system. The amount that YEKC system, YEKC certificates produced in 2022 is almost 12 million. So 12 million megawatt hour certificate has been issued, and 2.5 million YEKC certificate has been cancelled. When we compare this status to 2021, we see that the cancellation amount of YEKC certificates almost getting bigger 10 times. And I would like to mention about our one of other products that we have. This is not directly about the environmental market products, but our transparency platform is a platform that also supports our energy markets products and environmental products as well. So as a APH, we are responsible for operation of a competitive market. In order to achieve that without any discrimination between parties, we also, by a law that we have also have a duty, we should operate a central single transparency platform that emits the market data, and without in a trustworthy way, without by also eliminating data asymmetry, and also giving equality of accession to the data for all the market participants. And in that platform, we are quite unique when we compared our transparency platform with other data platform in data emission platform in Europe, because we publish data, not only the data that's created in our own system, but we also publish the data from our different energy stakeholders, like Turkish electricity system operator data, natural gas system operator data, the data from ministry, and the data from private sector. This data set rules determined by Turkish Electricity Market Regulatory Authority, EMRA. But we are also every year gathering all the market participants and talk about which data should be presented on the platform to provide a more competitive market. And we also publish the data related to YEKC system here, like the prices in the organized YEKC market, like how much YEKC certificate has been cancelled. But this is not official, but as a department we are studying that if we able to publish the name of the companies that use the YEKC certificate, not maybe in transparency platform, but some other platform that we named its YEKC portal, because we would like to support the more companies that get benefit from YEKC certificates. So we have also the mobile application for transparency data platform. You can download it, it's completely free. By the way, a session of accessing to the transparency platform and downloading all the data is completely free of charge. Also, you can have the data through web services without any free of charge or limitation for history. And this is the last one, ongoing project and studies, what we are working on. We also established our environmental market units. They are working hard on the new products with synchronized with our own department. We are currently working on green gas tracking system, renewable energy tracking system for gas, That's hot topic. EMRA is in charge of the system, and we are currently working on white certificate system because, as I mentioned, energy transition has two pillars for us. One is renewable energy installation increasement, and the other one is having a solid energy efficiency system. And white certificate is very important solution for market-based energy efficiency solution. So we are currently working on. I hope that in the upcoming years we present our new products to you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kırcalar, for your valuable information and detailed information about YEKCI and transparency platform. As Mr. Ömer mentioned that reaching data, energy data in transparent manner is very crucial today. Exist offers a really good service in this regard. They also operate renewable energy guarantees of origin mechanism, and they are using native software and blockchain technology to do so. At this point, they are really successful, and I'm looking forward to Green Gas tracking system and white certification system from EPH. We will continue with Ms. İrem Barzılar's presentation. Ms. İrem holds an environmental engineering degree from Turkey and USA. She also has a Master of Science Energy Engineering and Sustainability degree from Politecnico di Milano and MBA degree from Sabancı University. She is a sustainability expert who is the manager of Sustainable Finance team of Garanti BBVA. She has experience in developing and promoting sustainable finance products where the clients are invited to actively contribute to sustainable world in returns for enhanced benefits in their transaction. She will make presentation about an overview of carbon markets in energy sector. Ms. Barzılay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ümit Bey, for the introduction. Thank you all for joining us today for this panel. And also thank you for Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources for their invitation. I'm very happy to be here today, and I would like to give some brief information about our sustainability vision and also our new partnership on carbon markets. As Garanti BBVA, I would like to say that we really aware the urgency of the climate change, and unfortunately it's happening today, right now, and not in the future. So we are very aware of our responsibility, and we are trying to transform the sectors in order to ease the effects of climate change. Sorry. The reason why we gather here is, like, as we all know, like, climate change and sustainability is the challenge of our century. But I can say that we are very ahead of our peers in terms of sustainable finance. Also, our former EVP is here with her vision and her leadership. I think we are very ahead of our peers in the sector. I can say that, like, the concept of sustainability was very limited in Turkey. We were like focusing on these ESG issues, and we integrated these issues to our business model. The surface temperature of Earth has risen at the record levels, and we are seeing the effects on the ecosystems, economies, and societies. The climate science and also the recent example of what happened in Pakistan shows us that there's like, we don't have any room, and the climate change is, like, the effects of climate change is unavoidable. In this uncertain environment, banks must act on two main fronts. We need to both manage our financial emissions. I mean, Scope 3 emissions are very important for us, and we need to understand what kind of investments
we are doing in the sectors. And also, like, we need to have to finance the green agenda in the sectors, but we are not limiting ourselves to finance just the green and sustainable transformation, but also we are focusing on inclusive growth. As you all know, like, one of the main effects of climate change is the social injustice. Also, as a bank, like, more than 15 years, we are supporting women entrepreneurs in Turkey and try to support their enterprises. As I said, like, we are fully aware of our role, and we are now, I can happily say that, like, we integrated the climate change and inclusive growth topics to our strategic, like, to our strategy, and we are trying to transform all our products in this manner. Our sustainability journey mainly started around 2010 by establishing our first sustainability report and our sustainability committee. And then year by year, like, we started to first develop some policies and try to come up with new structures to sustainable finance and sustainability issues. And then we started with the renewable energy financing, and then we integrate all these vision to other sectors and teams under sustainable finance. We now have green and social financing targets that we are following all the business lines, and also as you can see, after especially after 2018, we accomplished many firsts for sustainable finance. We signed the world's first ESG linked syndication loan, world's first green, world's fifth, and Turkey's first green loan deal. Gender bonds, gender loans, and green IPOs, and many more. We are trying to always think out of the box and try to come up with innovative products in order to help our customers to transform and cope with the climate change. Actually, like, first we always concentrated on the risks, and then we try to create some opportunities based on this risk. And in order to make these opportunities even more stronger, we come up with some climate action plans, environmental social risk management procedures, and then we start to focus on sustainable finance. With this climate change action plan, as like Jean-Pierre told, like, we are one of the like the most active banks in renewable energy financing. With the help of this action plan, actually, we started to put some shadow prices on fossil fuel power plants. With the help of this actually vision, we started to make renewable energy project even more financially viable in our cash flows. And then, like, we also put some targets to reduce deforestation. We started to manage also water-related risks. And then also, like, we started with on the project finance level, started to manage the risks in the environmental social perspective, and then now we are doing this in many segments and in many projects. And then we started with the help of this action, we started to create even more opportunities under sustainable finance. Like some key milestones, like as a bank, we are carbon neutral as of 2020. We are the first, and not right now, not only, but first Turkish signatory to Net Zero Banking Alliance. We are doing 100% renewable energy financing since 2014. We declared our coal phase-out plan in 2021, and we will also, like, close our risks by 2040. And then we are working on our net zero emission targets for 2050. As I said, in starting as a BBVA group, by the way, not only Garanti BBVA, we put sustainability at our core strategy. Like under this strategy, there are two different pillars: climate action and then also inclusive growth. With this vision, our aim to help our customers to transition towards more a sustainable future. We are trying to advise our customers and try to help them to come up with these transformation in their sectors. We are always diversifying our products with the sustainable finance perspective. And also, as I said, like as a bank, like we are trying to manage also our scope 3 emissions by deciding new commitments like coal phase out in order to decrease our also portfolio emissions. And also public awareness and other things are always very important for us, and we are trying to also organize some summits for sustainable finance. We are about to organize another for EU Green Deal and so on. Of course, like this is reflected to our sustainable finance figures also. This year, we almost provided over 20 billion Turkish liras to sustainable finance. I mean, our numbers are growing very fast. Like, let's skip to this, let's jump into this slide. I mean, as you see, like we started in 2020 with almost 4 billion Turkish liras. Right now, as of August 2022, we jumped to 22.8 billion Turkish liras. And I'm happy to say that with these October figures, we are almost hit to 35 billion Turkish liras. I mean, when you think of this economical uncertainty right now in Turkey, I mean, these numbers are very good. We are now like seeing the fruits of our advisory role, and like we can say that like with sustainable finance, we are one of the first banks that comes to our customers' mind. With these things, compared to our like numbers in 2021, we aim to double our green financing numbers, and we aim to see almost like 4 times higher numbers in under social financing. Also, in the left-hand side of the slide, you can see that, I mean, we are now seeing a much more diversified picture based on the themes. I mean, our green financing numbers are not only renewable energy financing, but we are seeing some examples under clean transportation, green syndication loan, clean production, water management, and so on. Also under the social numbers, many years, like since 2006, we are supporting women entrepreneurs. So like the numbers are leading by this team, but also we are start to see some also examples under health sector and social organization. These are some outstanding deals that we closed into 2022. I mean, we finance world's biggest rooftop solar power plant. Our like the biggest sustainable linked loan that we closed this year is 700 million Turkish liras. We financed Turkey's first and also Europe's first green petrol station with a LEED certification. We closed 2 different deals under aluminium sector based on the circular economy. We financed like new cancer treatment production investment with a pharma company with a 400 million Turkish liras investment amount. And also we financed Ankara-İzmir high-speed train, electrical train, with a very high investment amount. Also, like of course, like as I said, like we are always trying to create new opportunities, like new way of doing business for Garanti BBVA, like focusing the transition finance and other sustainable finance products. But also, like we are doing very detailed risk management right now. You know, like the global emissions are 75% of the global emissions are coming from 5 sectors. These are energy, auto, steel, cement, and coal. We, as I said, like we already declared our divestment plan from coal. But now, like we are also focusing on other sectors, especially steel and cement, which are also very coal intensive, as you all know. We are trying to understand the transition appetite of our customers and try to rank them based on this appetite. And based on this ranking, hopefully, I think like maybe starting from next year, we will gonna embed also these scores to our financing decision. Maybe we will started to play with the limits of our customers. And also like why we are the reason we are here today is the new partnership that we declare at the beginning of November. As I said, like we were very active in renewable energy financing. We already finance almost 25% of the installed capacity for wind power plants as Garanti BBVA. With this know-how and everything, like we were very close with energy project developers, but also as a bank, we are also very close with the like carbon credit buyers, like our customers. So we were always like trying to think like how this carbon market could be more, much more scalable and other like easy to use. We met with a partner, Erdoğan. They are the first digital platform of Turkey's carbon markets. With our collaboration with them, we created a new product in order to combine the buyer and a seller in this platform. We are using a direct collection system. Is a product that could like easily like our customers could use, because like you know this is not a regulated market in Turkey right now, and also like the buying and selling things are generally done by brokers. So like our customers were not able to reach some clean way of trading these credits. So like with these strategic partnerships, our aim is to easily like give easy access to our clients to reach this market. And also like as our other panelists were mentioning, like also the market size is growing like very intensively. It's a very rapid growing market. It's almost exceeded $2 billion in 2021, and it's estimating that the market will size almost $50 billion by 2030. So with the help of these, giant numbers, like we are very happy to create this product with our partners. And also, like as you maybe know, also the Turkey is one of the biggest carbon credit suppliers around the world. If I'm not mistaken, like we are maybe third in the world to create this kind of voluntary carbon market product. Of course, you have also attended some other panels during this COP27. Article 6 and other mechanisms, carbon border adjustment mechanism. At the end, like things are going very intensively. So I think with this carbon market product, digitalization of the carbon market is very crucial in order to cope with the climate change. With this vision, we have created a product like this, and we will try to close some deals. Even like in this small amount of time, we started to get some applications of our customers, like some textile clients of us. Due to these multinational brands, like the requirements of these multinational brands, they are looking for these kind of easy products in order to decarbonize their supply chain right now. So I think we will also close these kind of innovative things in order to support our clients. And also there are different applications of creating voluntary carbon market credits. For example, regenerative agriculture or these kind of things. As a bank, we will also not only support the, credit holders like renewable energy producers, but also we will find some innovative maybe corporations that are trying to make some different agricultural practices, and they are able to create these kinds of credits, and we will try to find also these kind of producers in order to support them. Before finishing, like as you all know, like we are part of very many international organizations that we are reporting, and also make collaboration with many international organizations, and also like with our vision and also applications, we are listed also in many indices international and local indices around sustainability. This is all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Miss. Thank. Thank you, Ms. Barzilay, for your detailed presentation. Financial institutions are focused on developing new products to be applicable on their portfolio in a way of decarbonization. Guarantee BBVA, one of the good example of this. We are at the end of our panel. If the audiences have questions, we can continue with their questions. Otherwise, we can, yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I am Dursun Baş from Istanbul Policy Center, Sabancı University. My question is related to the last presentation. In your presentation, you show steel sector emission intensity, and it says strong, moderate, and poor. I wonder whether does the value include scope 1 and scope 2 or only scope 1 emissions?
Thank you for your question. Actually, under the steel sector, we are evaluating, scoring our customers based on their scope 1 and 2 emissions. Because, you know, there are two different technologies used under steel. For basic oxygen furnaces, scope 1 emissions are very high. And compared to electric arc furnaces, like their scope 2 emissions are very high. So in order to compare these two different technologies, of course, you need to sum scope 1 and 2.
Okay, but you don't account scope 3?
No.
And what you call strong? In terms of intensity, what is your threshold value for this strong?
We have a methodology, questionnaire behind it. As you know, there's not steel companies, like Turkish steel companies who gave net zero commitment. There's a question like this, but since there's no net zero commitment from steel sector, we are comparing these players based on their emission intensity. Their sustainability reporting, if it is exist or not, if they hire relevant teams in the company, even if they are not publishing, for example, publicly their net zero targets or strategies, if there is a strategy behind it. We are doing some field visits. We are trying to understand our customers' plans, in the field. We are not just sending some emails or trying to understand their plans, but we are periodically visiting. We started to visit our customers, and we are following very closely their plans. With the help of this strong, moderate, and poor perspective of us, for example, if a customer is not, for example, increasing their score year by year, they are, for example, sitting under poor 3 years, then we will start to decide our investment decisions, and maybe we will play with the financing things of the customer. This is the methodology behind it.
İrem Hanım, you are taking into account also purchased electricity. I understand. Okay.
Ümit Bey is also here. I should add something also. It's very difficult to reach emission data of the customers. If I know that you have that data from the energy intensive sectors like cement and steel. If you can share the values with us, we would be very happy.
We can talk with our regarded department.
Yes.
It's not our department, but maybe.
Yeah.
Another.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your presentations. I'm Vasif Ali from Soccer, Turkey. I again want to ask to İrem Hanım, when you speak about the transition to low carbon, you have mentioned that reducing deforestation. Can you give samples or a little bit detail about this?
Thank you. I couldn't hear so clearly, but I think you asked like what is our deforestation goals. I mean, right?
In transition to low carbon, you have mentioned that reducing deforestation. Can you give information or detail about this?
Actually, like this is how it works. Like, for example, in our project finance decisions and everything, or in, for example, financing a new investment in certain sectors, we are also asking very detailed information from the client. I mean, chat reports and other things, and we are trying to understand if there's like if they will affect also the forests and other nature resources. I mean, we are trying to examine all the things related to environmental and social risks of the project or new investment, and try to match and try to evaluate these risks based on the best practices, best international standards that we are following, and then we are deciding our investments, like go or like not go, like decisions.
So according to your evaluation, you will decide support a deforestation project or not.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Thank
true.
you.
Now I want to thank you to our distinguished speakers, and also for your interest. I want to thank you to audiences. Thank you so much. Hello.
Chris, can you hear me? Hi, Chris. How are you? We can't hear you quite yet. They'll connect your sound through in any moment.
Hello, hello, test, test. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing.
Hello, hello.
Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Testing, testing.
How are
1
you,
2
Chris? Yes,
1
we hear
2.
you.
Great. Hello. Hey, folks. Hi.
Hello, hello. All right. Well, I think we can begin. Hello, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking the United Nations for continuing to facilitate dialogues on combating climate change. Thanking the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting us here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Thanking the Republic of Turkey for inviting us as members of their party and giving us this platform to speak about the need for decarbonization in metals. Of course, thanking my lovely panel here for offering their expertise and their opinions on the matter, and for you for being here to listen, to learn, and to contribute with your questions going forward. My name is Harry Critchell Jane. I am the managing director of Catamine Climate. Catamine is a global trading company, and for the last 30 years has been one of the largest merchants and traders of primary and secondary material across the world. A lot of our business is in copper, aluminum, some ferrous, and more recently in the battery metals. I run our environmental products trading division, which focuses on carbon trading, renewable energy, and provides a suite of services like consulting and product development to our industrial clients and beyond. With me on the panel today, I have some other experts from the metals industries. I have Adam Rauerdink, the Senior Vice President of Business Development at Boston Metal, which is the company commercializing a breakthrough technology in decarbonizing primary steel making. Prior to that, Adam was working as a global development for a utility scale energy storage technology company. He has a BS in engineering from University of Connecticut and a PhD in engineering and innovation from Dartmouth. Adam, do you want to speak a little bit more about what Boston Metal is doing?
Thank you. So at Boston Metal, we are changing how you make steel. A little Egypt example that I was at the Cairo Museum this weekend, and in the Tutankhamun exhibit, the gold statues are the most famous, but one of the famous items there for a metallurgist is the dagger of Tutankhamun, which was made of an alloyed steel. And steel doesn't exist on Earth in its native form. You find iron ore. That steel came from a meteorite, and that was before the Iron Age. And soon after Tutankhamun, we figured out that carbon is a very efficient way of making steel. Today, with 2 billion tons of steel being made, that's almost 10% of global CO2. And we are changing that at Boston Metal. Instead of carbon, we're removing the carbon. We are using clean electricity directly to convert iron ore into high purity liquid metal that can go downstream into any application. As an example, we have BMW as an investor putting green steel into their automotives. So we'll talk more about Boston Metal to come.
Thank you. Additionally, here in person, we have Matthew Perlman, Business Development Manager at the CRU Group, a private business intelligence organization focused on global metals, mining, and fertilizer industries. Matthew joined in 2020 to help them develop and improve new and existing products, and has mostly been focusing on one of CRU's products focused on tracking metals emissions. Prior to that, he got a master's in management from the London Business School and led business development for a climate tech startup, as well as working in finance as an analyst for Oak North Bank and Rothschild. Matthew, would you like to speak more about CRU?
Thank you very much, Harry. So, as he explained, I'm a product development specialist at CRU, and we produce data, insights, and analysis all along mining and metal value chains. And the main focus has been on emissions. And emissions ultimately is a data problem. And you need good, high quality, standardized data to make informed decisions. And that's been the main focus for me at CRU. So looking forward to today. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you. And we should have virtually joining us Chris Bayless, the Director of Standards at the Aluminum Stewardship Initiative. Chris, are you with us still?
I am, yes.
There he is. The ASI is a global nonprofit standard setting and certification organization that brings together producers, users, and stakeholders in the aluminum value chain with a commitment to fostering responsible production, servicing, sourcing, and stewardship of aluminum. He has 2 decades in the sustainability of aluminum sector and in various roles at the International Aluminum Institute led the development and implementation of science-based approaches to improving occupational health and well-being, reducing sector-wide GHG emissions, and maximizing the enabling potential of the products in the sustainable socioeconomic systems. Chris, would you like to speak more on what ASI is doing?
Sure thing. So we're as you say, a standard certification body. So we develop the standards and then we certify entities all the way along the value chain on their responsible production and sourcing of aluminium and its precursor materials. Greenhouse gases forms part of the suite of metrics that we use that are part of our standards. In fact, 1.5 degree pathways have been embedded into our most recent standard, released earlier this year, but they're not alone. So also just transition, stakeholder engagement, free, prior and informed consent of indigenous communities as we embark on this energy transition and other issues, ESG issues, also play a role in our standards as well. So thanks so much for the invitation. Sorry I couldn't be with you today.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. So we've assembled quite a diverse cast across the metals industry. We've got coverage of the policy side, of the financial sector, of the data side, and of the innovation side. So we think that this is going to be a wonderful discussion focused mostly on the decarbonization of metals and the need for rapid decarbonization. Metals are obviously a crucial part of our global economy and our infrastructure, and they are responsible for roughly 10% of global emissions. And part of the hard-to-abate sector. So either due to chemistry or due to costs, they are difficult to reduce their environmental impact. But as the world is looking to transition to a clean energy future and build sustainable infrastructure, the demand for metals is increasing ever more. And there's going to be a significant upfront carbon cost. So today we want to speak about the current state of affairs in the metal industry, to discuss attitudes and efforts towards decarbonization, and to discuss some solutions for these growing demands and for decarbonization. So without further ado, I think it's best to just start off by sort of setting the table on what this current state of the metals industry and decarbonization looks like. So, what are we seeing out there as attitudes towards decarbonization in the metals industry? Maybe I'll start with you, Matthew.
Thanks, Harry. So, what's the current state of play? Taking us back to something that we're all familiar with, in 2015, the Paris Agreement was agreed with the aim of limiting global warming to 2 degrees, below 2 degrees, and ideally 1.5 degrees above a pre-industrial average by 2100. Today, globally, we emit around 53 gigatons of CO2 a year. This is already 10% greater than where we were in 2010, and based on current policies and actions around the world, we're on course for temperature rises of around 2.7 degrees. Now, let's contrast that to where we need to get to. So under a 1.5 degree scenario, global carbon emissions need to be at 23 gigatons a year by 2030. That's a 45% reduction from where we are now, or an annual average decrease of around 9%. Now, this highlights the scale of the challenge because we've never seen decarbonization of this pace ever before. And even with the more modest scenario of a 2 degree temperature rise, we still need to get emissions down to 34 gigatons, which is a 34% decrease, which is around just over 5% annual decrease of emissions by 2030. So whichever way you look at it, the challenge is immense. And if we look at 4 metals that are absolutely key to the energy transition, if we take steel, aluminium, copper, and nickel. Steel, for example, when compared to their peer group, on a per ton basis, they emit a lot less. But because of the sheer size of the industry, the problem is so important. The steel industry alone represents 7% of CO2 emissions and 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. When we look at aluminium, on a per ton basis, it's way more intensive than steel, probably about 5 times more intensive on average. But the size of the market is smaller, and aluminium represents about 2% of global emissions. If we look at copper and nickel, 2 metals key to the energy transition, the size of the market is much smaller. For nickel especially on an intensity basis, enormous. But that's why I think we're seeing more attention on steel and aluminium, because of the sheer size of the market and the outsized impact that it's having on global emissions.
So obviously there's a huge problem here. Have you encountered any sort of resistance or some real attitudes that are on board for the decarbonization in the metal space already? I'm curious what you encountered from your interactions with some major stakeholders.
I think ultimately it varies by geography and it might vary by industry. There's definitely a big movement towards decarbonizing. There are incentives for companies all around the world to decarbonize. There is resistance, and I think ultimately some companies are making a forward step and really setting the pace. Others might be waiting for more regulation to come into play, but generally I would say it varies by geography and by industry.
I'll just take the opportunity to play off that for steel. So I've been with Boston Metal for 5 years, and if you go back to 2017, almost no steel makers had made a net zero pledge. And if you look at the market today, almost all the leaders have 2050 net zero for steel. And that's a pledge that we've been using steel since 1000 BC. That's a 3,000-year-old embedded industry. You try to decarbonize electricity or transportation, those are 100-year-old industries that are undergoing very important revolutions. But steel is a 3,000-year-old process that's heavily entrenched. If you look at those pledges, the 70% of steel comes from coal, and to make that pledge, to make those pledges work, you're going to have to eliminate all of that. That's where, when we talk about new technologies in Boston Metal, the only energy source that can provide that is clean power. And so all the work that's happening here on the clean power side is allowing a market like steel to decarbonize, and to decarbonize at billion-ton, 10% CO2, 10% greenhouse gas scale.
It's great to see that we have so many coming on board to this and creating these sustainability plans and creating these net zero targets. I'm curious, do we see a lot of demand from the end user for decarbonization, or is that something that's still been a bit delayed?
Yeah, and I can look at just specifically at the investors behind Boston Metal to show one very strong example how in the last several years, the entire supply chain for steel is coming about. So we have BHP and Vale as investors, two of the largest mining companies in the world, coming alongside Boston Metal to provide solutions for their customers, the steel makers, to decarbonize their processes. At the other extreme of the supply chain, we have BMW, an end user for green steel that wants to convert their vehicle fleet to electric, and then to purify the steel that's going into those cars. And you see that across the whole value chain for the automotive, the tier one major suppliers. You see large construction companies looking to realize kind of the next level of green certified buildings where you're using green steel, green concrete, green cement in those buildings. And that is putting immense pressure on the steel makers to find a solution, which they don't have today, for decarbonizing that industry.
Chris, being on the certification side and setting these standards, do you see the same sort of attitudes towards decarbonization? Or do you see that on the demand side, the end users are still waiting on some sort of indication or some sort of clarification on how to actually go about this?
Yeah, so you do see a pull from certain market segments and certain customers for low carbon aluminium, ill-defined. And it tends to be quite reductive. Get me some low carbon aluminium. What do you mean? Don't know. Get me some low carbon aluminium. So defining what that is a bit difficult, because the truth is that the lowest carbon primary aluminium you get today, you go out there and purchase, half of it pretty much comes from Russia, is not. It needs to be reduced by 75% by mid-century. Even the lowest emitters have to move further, right? So this kind of demand for low carbon, on the one hand, yeah, maybe its first movers are in there quick. Tell you who those first movers are. They're first movers who have tended to sit on legacy low carbon power for the last 30 years, who are able to offer that immediately to the market. And for aluminium, so primary aluminium, which is heavily electrified already, it is about the shift to low carbon power that will drive the low carbon aluminium future. So I think part of what we're trying to do within the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative is, on the one hand, to broaden out the discussion. It's not just about low carbon delivered today, it's about the whole industry, including the recycled component. I guess we'll talk about that later on, moving towards this 1.5 degree future. So that market pull is okay, but it's not everything. It's not everything that needs to happen. On the other hand, there is this kind of, what is that slope? What does that slope look like? That has actually recently pretty much been developed by both the International Aluminium Institute and latterly the Mission Possible Partnership, who recently released slopes for aluminum sector as a whole. But as Matthew was saying, this regional differentiation, essentially built off your power, is the difficult piece, and then novel technology, which is unlikely to kick in really till 2030. And who has access to that novel technology and how that's deployed differentially around the globe is also difficult. So what you tend to see is these consumers of aluminium almost playing aluminium off against other materials. We heard earlier on, aluminium is 4 or 5 times the emissions of steel per kilogram. for me, it's kind of meaningless. A kilogram of aluminium isn't the same as a kilogram of steel. It's the service it provides to society. So broadening out this discussion to say, what do you want to do with this material? When it goes into a vehicle, do you want it to be recovered at end of life? It's not just about buying your way green. It's about having stewardship of the material in production, through use, and into end of life as well. And that's complex, that's difficult, and it requires a kind of multi-stakeholder approach, which actually is what we're based on. So yes, demand from certain market segments and certain customers within those market segments, but that demand alone is not enough to drive the kind of systemic change that we need to see relatively quickly.
So, do you think that the solution to that problem, to create the systemic change, comes more from regulation, from an industry standard, from some sort of government body? Where do you think that comes from?
Well, look, I'd say if governments did their job, voluntary standards like mine wouldn't need to exist, right? There is a role for voluntary standards, and ours, unlike some other ones, is full value chain. So it includes all of the folks along the value chain, including those who are purchasing. There is that role to move. Yeah, regulation is kind of key in that too, and I would think that there is also a need to understand and to articulate consumer-based approaches. You start to see that through the EU CBAM regulation that's coming through. The kind of tools that Matt was talking about earlier on, the need for data, not just in terms of your own processes, but your full cradle-to-gate emissions, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, categories 1, 3, and 5, all upstream. That consumption-based approach is very important because that's where you get the service of the material. Who gets benefit from the material? Yes, through production, jobs, etc. But ultimately, who is accessing BMW services or others? It's those of us who are driving those vehicles, using those to transport people and goods around the world. So I think that move towards consumption-based actually is quite positive. Whether that can be realized in a kind of post-globalizing world is more challenging.
So there are a lot of different regulations that are currently kind of going forward. I'm curious if we can kind of unpack this a little bit more. There's discussions of legislating net zero targets, of CBAM, carbon pricing, declarations of your sustainability goals. Can you speak a bit to that, and how that can factor into our ability to standardize what sustainability looks like in this metal space?
Me?
Yeah.
So we built into our standard public disclosure, right? And that increased transparency, not just for greenhouse gases, but across the board, right? And that does mean standardized approaches to data and accounting, the kind of tools that were being talked about earlier on. And that's the basis, really, for that's the starting point, is this increased public disclosure. I'll be honest with you, a 2050 net zero target is fine, but having interim targets with a clear plan of how you're going to get there and a scope that is comparable across space, through processes and along the value chain, that's complex. It's not easily reductive, but you need to be releasing that kind of information and being very transparent about that. And that transparency doesn't just mean a data dump. It means having a narrative and a clear scope for the data that you are releasing, so that stakeholders, including local communities, etc., can understand it, can see what that impact is as well. So there's a lot of work to be done, right? Not just on the processes themselves, but on how we articulate these pathways to stakeholders.
On the topic of data, having Matthew here, I have a couple of questions for you here, but accurately calculating life cycle emissions for these metals is obviously a critical priority. What are some of the challenges that we face in making sure that we get this accurate data and that we can, follow it from cradle to grave and utilize these standards and stewardship through standards like the ASI?
Yeah, it's a really important question, actually. And if you think about it, the way companies have been measuring emissions for the last 10 years, if your aim is just to measure emissions for the sake of measuring emissions, then the way it's been done for the last 10 years is fine. You use general averages of emission factors for different points in the value chain, generate a chart and call it a day. No problem. But if you're measuring emissions to actually reduce emissions, then you need specific data. And that's where the major problem is in our industry, because in the public domain, there is a major lack of data availability, quality, and granularity. When we think about data availability, this is simple. Not enough companies are disclosing their data. When we think about quality, there's a lack of standardization and consistency of how companies are disclosing their data. And then when we think about granularity, the data isn't always detailed enough to actually be relevant and meaningful. So what can companies do? And this is really how CRU help companies. We model emissions of individual facilities all across mining and metal value chains so that end users, buyers of metal, can actually start to look at the emissions all along their value chains of their suppliers, what's known as their Scope 3 emissions, and start to make informed decisions based on high quality standardized data so they actually know supplier A, supplier B, supplier C, what are the differences, what changes can I make, and which ones are going to lead to lower emissions. And that's really where I think we're going to be able to see big change. And I think the kind of standards that Chris is working on with the ASI about looking at emissions all along the value chain are absolutely crucial, because it's not just one point, it's everything that matters.
I want to shift the discussion over to innovations in this space now. Adam, you come from an innovative background with a company that has breakthrough technology. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We've talked a bit about the mass electrification, but are there other ways that we can tackle this problem in terms of developing new technologies? What does the future of the metals industry look like?
Yeah, I'd say so. As the demand from the steel industry has come, that's one important key. One of the other crucial keys is then, and this has happened just in the last 5 years, is the sources of capital for innovative companies like Boston Metal, which is essential. The steel industry can have as much demand as they want for green steel and as much policy push. They don't have a physical means of converting 1.5 billion tons of steel off of coal. No matter what the green premium is, they could not do it today. They don't have the technology. So you need technologies like Boston Metal, technologies like Alcoa is developing for aluminum. These take capital. Boston Metal is a venture-backed company. We have great supporters like Breakthrough Energy Ventures, the Bill Gates Fund. We have strategic investors like those that I mentioned. But that has just come to market in the last 3-4 years, and that's critical for the innovative companies like Boston Medical. And you're seeing that, you look at a portfolio like Breakthrough Energy Ventures, they're investing in agriculture, in metals, in mining, in energy, in alternative foods, and it's the capital infusion that you need to take the risky bets that can have gigaton level impacts on emissions, and that's the focus of Boston Metal, is a technology that can achieve the scale needed to move the needle on steel. And to do that, you need to have a technology that can get to 1 billion tons, 1 billion plus tons of steel production every year, and take all that coal off the equation. But you can't do that today. You don't have the technology, and that's where I think companies like Boston Metal are essential to achieving these climate goals.
A lot of the innovation that I've been hearing about is around hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Have you looked into anything related to that? And do you know anything about what the potential could be for innovation in those areas?
Yeah. So if you look at something like carbon capture for steel, where you have 1.5 billion tons of installed capacity, that capacity has 10-year, 15-year lives before you need maintenance. Carbon capture can do a great job of, it's not going to reduce 100% of the emissions, but it can provide a stopgap solution until you can decarbonize those. So you are seeing small projects coming about, but the majority of the steel industry's focus is moving away from coal entirely, moving off of carbon, and understanding, what solutions can achieve that at scale. You see a few solutions that have moved from natural gas to green hydrogen, which can certainly function. There are many limitations when you look at the whole supply chain for using hydrogen. You need high-grade iron ores, which are very limited. But there is, ultimately, if you look at how the steel industry is made today, 30% is recycling, 70% is from ore, and the same technology is used across the gamut, across the globe for producing that 70% from ore. So the steel industry has a history of, when the most efficient new solution can come to market, it can be adopted broadly, but those technologies have to be able to achieve that scale.
Metals like aluminum, steel, copper, nickel, lithium, we've discussed as being critical for the clean energy transition and for building new infrastructure. Forecasts show that demands for these materials are going to skyrocket in the next few decades. Aluminum demand alone is expected to double by 2050, and it's expected that we're going to use every ounce of copper that we've currently identified and discovered just for EV production by 2050 as well. Do you guys have any insight into where we might find new materials or how we might meet these rising demands? Yeah, go for it, Chris.
So for the aluminum sector, currently 50% of semis demand comes from primary aluminium. Sorry, 65% of current demand comes from primary aluminium. The other 35% is from recycled sources, half of that, so 18-20%, comes from post-consumer scrap. The rest is pre-consumer scrap. By mid-century, that share is going to go up to about 50%. But it's still going to require primary for the other 50%. So you're still looking at an increase in primary supply. On the recycling front, we lose about 8 million tons of aluminium every year. So that's about 12% of primary supply. So getting hold of that post-consumer scrap is incredibly important. In fact, for the aluminium sector, it's secondary only to the decarbonisation of power in terms of emissions reduction. But the quality also needs to be retained as well. And that's a design issue. That's an issue for the users of aluminium. So again, I come back to this point that there's a role for everyone along the value chain. So that recycled material will become increasingly important. It's not spread evenly throughout the globe. So there's about, you hear the statistic, 75% of aluminium is still in productive use, right? I'll be honest with you, it's the same number for all of the metals. So for copper, it's pretty similar. And everyone says that's due to recycling, it's because aluminium is so good. Well, aluminium is good to be recycled, but most of that material went into the system in the last 15 years. It's not actually come out of life yet. It's a function of its long lifetime that it resides in society. And there's about 1 billion tons in China, about 1 billion tons in Europe, and about 1 billion tons in North America. So it's out there. But it's different in quality. The Chinese stuff is relatively new, raw alloys, it's in buildings, high collection rates, short product lifetimes, is going to come back into the system more quickly and more pure than the North American, European mixed scrap. So we need to understand that this, like for mining, there is highly differential qualities of this material out there, and we need to build systems to deal with that. So for Europe, North America, that means better sorting technologies, etc. I guess I'm avoiding the issue around where all our bauxite is going to come from, right? Yeah. I think the reserves are pretty well known. There's a lot of them. Quality is relatively good. China moves more towards imported bauxite than its domestic to deal with quality issues and is getting hold of that material and will continue to do that in the future. The issue is, though, that these areas of bauxite supply increasingly are higher risk areas in terms of their social environmental impact as well. So that's why standards like ours are being built to deal with some of those risks. But for aluminium, let's see, the most important element is probably not the bauxite supply, it's where the energy is going to come from to smelt that.
I like that you mentioned the idea of stewardship at every level of the supply chain, at every level of the value chain. I'm wondering if we could expand on that a bit. I understand that there's opportunities for improving our designs and improving our efficiency of the use of this material when it comes to increasing the lifespan of our construction or of our the whatever we're manufacturing with the material, or having better designers that use less of the material. Can you speak a bit more to that?
Absolutely, I'll give you examples. So today, vehicle manufacturer demanding low carbon aluminium increasingly wants that aluminium in their vehicles. Raw alloys for body sheet and extrusions, lightweight allows you to have heavier batteries in there, saves energy. You'd like it to be green and low carbon. What you don't use in these vehicles of the future are castings. So internal combustion engine vehicles out, so castings out. You want wrought. Where does wrought come from? Wrought comes from primary or high quality pre-consumer and some post-consumer. If it's mixed scrap, that goes into a castings supply, not into a wrought currently. So what do vehicle manufacturers do? Well, they get all these lovely materials together, low carbon, etc. And you know, the aluminium body sheet and extrusions and the magnesium and all the other stuff. And then they put 1,000 steel rivets to it to attach it all together. So at the end of that vehicle life, what happens? You take that vehicle to the shredder and you shred it down. And then what do you produce out of that? Historically, castings. In the future, less and less market for castings. So as vehicle manufacturers, I think there's lots of opportunity here, right? So electric vehicles that are maybe autonomous. Well, when you have autonomous vehicles, you don't have to make a 1,000 kilogram car to transport 100 kilograms of meat. You can actually engineer the material out so that, you know, it's not crashing, so it doesn't have to do as much to protect me. So less material. It also means that let's say I don't own my vehicle, but I lease the services from an owner of the vehicle. That vehicle is potentially on the road instead of 1 hour a week, as my current vehicle is. It's on the road 24 hours a day. That means it has a much shorter product lifetime and the material can come back. So if you don't need these joining technologies, if your product lifetime is shorter, but you're still driving 200,000 kilometers, that's the opportunity then, I think, systemically, for us to get this material back in a form that people want. And actually, what you will find, I think, is that OEMs will value that material more. And they'll say, instead of building these vehicles, selling them, why don't we own the material and just provide the service through the vehicles we manufacture? And I think you already see OEMs starting to do this. Security of supply, not just for aluminium, but other materials, is driving their stewardship of that material through use and back again. So that's the kind of novel ways, I think, of approaching these issues, which are not about selling vehicles.
Yeah.
It's about transporting people. It's about offering the services to society that we need today and will need in the future, and using the material in the most efficient way.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you interacted with some OEMs that are really forward thinking on this. I was at a conference not too long ago, and the head of procurement of a auto manufacturer was asked a question about what they are doing to design EV batteries better. And he said on stage that there's so much money in lithium that by the time it becomes a problem, someone will solve it. And my jaw just about hit the floor because I could not believe that someone would say something like that, especially at a decarbonization conference, considering we have the exact same situation in oil and plastics. How much money is in oil? How much money is in plastics? And yet we still have these same problems. So I'm glad to hear you're seeing that, at least in the aluminum sector. Hopefully we'll see it with EV batteries and at every step in the metal supply chain going forward. One thing we've discussed a bit here is the developments and investments necessary for decarbonization, and just looking at how long they're going to take. We talked about a 2050 net zero timeline. There's a lot of time between now and then, and we really need climate action as soon as possible. There's an enormous upfront carbon cost of some of these developments as well. When we look at mass electrification, or we look at hydrogen backbones in Europe, the European hydrogen backbone wants to lay 53,000 kilometers of steel pipe across Europe. It takes 120 to 180 tons of steel for every new megawatt capacity of wind turbines to be made, and we're looking at needing to double the amount of renewable energy created between now and 2050. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of tons of carbon emissions in order to reach these sustainable energy and fuel switching goals. Is there anything that we can do in the short term besides just stewardship, besides just using more scrap in order to help us meet these short-term goals and reduce our upfront cost of carbon?
Well, say just combining that with the discussion about mining, and if you talk to any large-scale miner about the renewable change over the next couple decades, they really will see it as the revenge of the miners, because any of these infrastructure changes, if they're going to happen at scale, you need new atoms of copper, of nickel, of cobalt, of rare earths for magnets, and the only way you get that is bringing new mines online. You can certainly do that more responsibly, more sustainably than the historic mines, but you do need that to happen, and you need that to happen quick. And that will require a significant change in the way you regulate and permit mining. It takes a decade plus to finance and bring a new mine online, and that will very, very quickly become a bottleneck for all those metals. So that's going to take work. That's going to take very, very hard decision making by people. Mining is not popular. It's certainly not popular anywhere near anyone's home. You're going to need to find solutions there to make that happen, or you will not have the copper for the electric vehicles. You won't have the nickel. You won't have the rare earth magnets. So, you can think of similar analogies with electric transportation. No one wants a transmission line in their backyard, but they want to bring in the renewables. So there are many very, very tricky challenges here that where there are solutions available, but the permitting challenges and just the not in my backyard challenges can hold back the change that could otherwise be available now.
And I think we were talking earlier about end use sectors, and I would say electricity is a sector that's getting a lot of pressure to decarbonize, and in a way it makes total sense for two reasons. Number one, the technology already exists to decarbonize the grid. It's already there. And it's also becoming more cost competitive with fossil fuel generations, especially with energy prices as elevated as they are right now. Now, the second reason it makes sense is because electricity is the key linchpin for a green economy. The decarbonization of other sectors relies on the electrification of existing fossil fuel-based processes, or the use of electrolytic produced feedstocks like hydrogen. So this is going to be an important area to focus our attention, because the decarbonization of other sectors can't happen without investment in the grid. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of interest. And bringing it back to metals, that's where there's a big growth story, because if we think about renewable power, it requires 10 to 20 times more metal than coal and gas-based energy. So traditionally, people may think of battery metals as having the major growth story in the mining and metals market, and they certainly will. But there's also going to be major growth for bulk metals, which are going to be required to help facilitate the electrification of the world.
Chris, would you like to add to that? Chris, would you like to add to that?
Sorry, lost my mute button. Hello, sorry, yeah. This you're gonna see this pull. You already see this pull, but let's face it, it is differentially shared. So when I talked earlier on about this 1 billion tons of aluminium in stock, in use in these different regions, if you look at who accesses that, who has access to the services that are delivered by that, and the demographics, that is very inequitable. And that doesn't even take account of the regions that are producing bauxite that deliver these services to others as well. So I think as we look at the opportunity that the metals bring in the future to the carbon budget globally, we also have to look at who is impacted by climate change and who has access to the benefits that come from these materials as well. And that kind of societal pressure is only going to increase, which will then lead to harder permitting as well for mines, etc., etc. So I don't think that we can be. It's not just a kind of mathematical equation. we're going to have to take into account these societal inequities and the societal benefits that accrue from it. And I think that the metals have an opportunity, they're the basis on which economies are built. I'm an archaeologist, so I, historically by training, I kind of go back up further than the Iron Age. It's the basis for that, but it's not equally shared, and we're going to see increasingly vocal, I guess, opposition to that inequity, that inequality as well, and that's going to be a challenge to supply those materials globally as well. I have to say, in that case, there are certain regions of the world that are kind of better placed. You would see, I'll come back to China again with this clean scrap supply. China has capped its primary production. And actually, with the demographics change in China, and as this scrap material comes through the system, China is actually probably one of the best places for a circular economy as far as aluminium is concerned, as other places. So this post-globalizing strategic access to raw materials and to energy discussion that's out there in the world today, that's a kind of new normal.
Very good. I'd like to give each of you just a couple of moments here to give final thoughts before we pass it to the audience for any questions they might have. Adam, would you care to start?
Sure, just brief and reiterating what I've already said, that there's, metals represent a significant, massive chunk of global CO2, a tremendous challenge because of the lack of technologies that are available there, the lack of mining infrastructure that's available, but you are seeing all the pieces of the supply chain, all the supporting industries come through. It will be a big challenge over the next decade to see these technologies come to market, see the policies come to market. But there's definitely hope there, and I think Boston Metal will have a tremendous role within the steel world to see the decarbonization of steel.
Yeah, I think in summary, I would say we're not on track to achieving Paris climate goals at the moment, and CRU's role in this is being a neutral provider of high quality, granular insight, data, and analysis that can give companies and individuals and policymakers and governments around the world the tools to make informed decisions that can really make an impact. And that's where we stand. I think on the emission side, as we've commented already, there's so many gaps in data publicly, and we can do our bit by providing high quality data that people can use. So I think that would be my closing thoughts.
Chris?
Yeah, mine would be, I guess that it's, there are other risks to be managed as we transform society's energy supply and reduce emissions. And we need tools to enable us to assess, understand those risks, which are differentially applied, and manage those accordingly. And they include significant social risks as well as the environmental.
Very good. Well, thank you all for joining me here and for a lovely discussion. Unfortunately, that is our time. I'm trying to see, are there any questions? No time for questions? 1, 2 questions? Anyone have a question?
One question related to the trade restrictions and safeguard measures regarding scrap metal. And the safeguarding measures plus trade restrictions for the metal trade, and we have scrap deficiency. Do you foresee any scrap deficiency for the big, large EAF plant owners in Turkey, in Italy, in Spain, in Europe? I mean, they have lots of scrap, but do they willing to trade the scrap to Turkey? Half of the EU scrap comes to Turkey. What are your prospects regarding the scrap trade?
I'm not a metal scrap trader. I can speak a bit on it, given that it's what my company does. But yeah, I mean, I think it all comes down to cost. It all comes down to the opportunity. Scrap traders like to trade to whoever they can. They all want to make a deal. So I think from the supply side, there is a lot of interest in decarbonization because the scrap dealers have a material that is low carbon. The issue comes down to trying to find someone who wants low carbon material at the end of the supply chain. That's sort of my take on it. I'm not sure if that's a super clear answer. Maybe one of my panelists can help with that.
I'll maybe do something from aluminium. I'm not going to be popular, but so as I said, a third of this supply comes from scrap, and about half of that comes from post-consumer, a bit more than half, and the other half, kind of 15 million tons globally, it's never been in a product. It's generated during the production of products and then goes around the system. And we say, oh, that's a function of the system. We're the most efficient we can be. You know, that's because we've got saw off the ends and we've stampings and all that kind of stuff. But truly, for the aluminium sector to get to 1.5, we're going to have to not just increase the supply of post-consumer by collecting and increasing quality, but also decreasing the generation of pre-consumer scrap as well. And that is not necessarily facilitated by the current trade in this material because it's high quality, people want it, OEMs generate it, and then it comes back into the system, and that's all lovely. But it is an inefficiency, and it really needs to come out.
Thank you, Chris. We have another question.
It's okay. I represent a NGO here which is trying to save oceans and seas. It doesn't look related to this sector, but it's related because I think decarbonization is connected to each other for all sectors. So I just want to ask you that measuring sake, you said, this is a common dilemma for all sectors, I think. And let's say if I'm a good person and I'm trying to reduce my emissions, what part should be repaired or renovated? You know, where should this system start to encourage me to do that? Is it a complicated standard problem, or is it the dark way that I see on the reducing road? Did you understand what I mean?
Partly. Are you referring to that on an individual level or at a company level?
A company. I'm a company owner, for example. I'm trying to reduce my emissions, but when I see, for all sectors I'm talking about, there's a complication. There are lots of data, there are lots of roads. It looks darker to me if I'm not an expert. So where should we start, or where should all the sectors start to encourage me to reduce my emission? Is it about the standards, or is it about things that I need to do on the way?
I think there are probably two elements to this. There's the initiatives you want to take as a company because you want to take them, and then there's what you're obliged to take based on regulation. I would say the first step to all of this is to know your own footprint. This has to be number one, because if you don't know your own footprint and you don't have targets, then you don't know if you're on the way to achieving those targets, and you don't know where you are. So that's absolutely number one. Then from there, when regulation comes in, if there are carbon taxes, for example, this will incentivize a shift to becoming greener as it is. So I would say there are two elements to it. Absolutely, it's crucial to know where you stand, see where you are against your peer group. Are you a high performer? Are you a low performer? Where are the opportunities? Where are the emission hotspots? Where can I focus my reduction efforts? And I think that will bring more questions, which will take you along on your journey. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would say find a consultant that can help you on that journey as well. I would offer Catabin services. You know, we have consulting services. If you find someone who knows what they're talking about and can help you in that journey, it's going to be a lot easier. You don't have to do it alone. It takes a village. Everyone's learning. So just getting started. Education, I think, is the first step. And to Matthew's point, knowing your emissions is going to be the primary
Quality
thing.
data.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Başlayabilir miyiz?
Böyle mi yapıyoruz? Hadi açma. Good afternoon, and welcome to Sabancı University Istanbul Policy Center's side event today. And we are very happy to launch our new report here at COP27. Today, Professor Ebru Voyvoda from Middle Eastern Technical University and I will try to explain the main key results of our new report, Turkey's Decarbonization Pathway Cost-Benefit Analysis. My name is Ümit Şahin. I am the coordinator of climate change studies at Istanbul Policy Center, and I'm also teaching at Sabancı University. I'm working on climate change. So, the regular followers of climate policies in Turkey, or the COPs, will remember that last year in Glasgow we launched our previous report, which was the first part of this study actually, and it was the first net zero study of Turkey. So we did the first decarbonization pathway scenario modeling work of Turkey, and it was aiming to understand what would be a net zero pathway for 2050. So after our report, Turkey declared its net zero target as 2053, so there's not much difference. So our report is still based on 2050 net zero target. But last year, we explained, we announced the emissions pathway and also what would be the electricity sector, power sector, industry, buildings, transportation and other sectors will look like in terms of composition, in terms of climate policies and in terms of emissions. But in that report last year, costs of this transformation, costs of this energy transition was not there. So in the second part of the same study, now we calculated the costs and benefits of this report. So economically speaking, now we will understand better how much this pathway is possible to implement. In the first part, very briefly, I will try to show you some data about last year's report, and then I will hand out Ebru Hoca. This is the main assumptions. This is important because this shows you the baseline scenario of our study. According to our main assumptions, Turkey's real GDP growth rate until 2030 would be 3.7 annually. So these are our assumptions, so economic background. So our annual average energy efficiency would increase 0.3%. Annual increase rate of electricity demand until 2030 will be 44.2%. Annual electricity demand annually would increase 2.5%. According to our model, according to our assumptions, Turkey's electricity demand would be 460 terawatt hour in 2030, which was 300 in 2018, and today it's around 330 terawatt hour. And
according to, if you look at this report, carbon dioxide emissions in 2030 would be 514.4 million tons of carbon dioxide, and greenhouse gas emissions would be 654.4 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent. This is important especially for today because Turkey announced its new NDC today, as you know. According to our baseline scenario, Turkey's 2030 greenhouse gas emissions may be 654 million tons only. If you remember today's NDC, updated NDC of Turkey, Turkey is targeting decreasing its emission to 693 million tons. So it is even higher than our baseline scenario. And this shows you our baseline scenario. It goes up to 700 million tons in terms of CO2 in 2050. And it goes up to more than 900 million tons in 2050 in terms of greenhouse gas. And this is also interesting. You can see that in 2070, Turkey's greenhouse gas emissions is 1 billion and 170 million tons, which is the baseline scenario of Turkey for 2030. So we can go up to Turkey's baseline scenario only in 2070. So 40 years difference. And this shows you which sectors we are dealing with. Electricity, transportation, buildings, industry, services, and agriculture. And the roughly the share of the sectors are same in the baseline scenario between 2018 and 2030. And this is the summary of our results last year. In our net zero scenario, Turkey's carbon dioxide emissions in 2030 would be 523 million tons, which is 32% less than 2018 levels. 287.3 in the net zero scenario, 523.2 million tons in baseline scenario. So this 287 million tons means 32% reduction from 2018. So this was our mainly 2030 scenario or net zero scenario, consistent to Turkey's net zero emissions target in 2050. And this is the difference between baseline scenario and net zero scenario. And one last thing I would like to take your attention here. As you can see here, according to our net zero scenario, we cannot go down to real zero. So we will still have more than 100 million tons of emissions. So kind of remaining emissions. So we have some suggestions about that, how we can go down to real zero, etc. But you can find all these details in our last year's report. So I'm not going to make it longer about last year's reports, but this was the kind of background of what you will hear today. Because this year, with the same team, you see the names here, with the same team, we calculated the costs and benefits of the net zero scenario compared to baseline scenario. So now Ebru Hoca from ODTÜ, she will tell you about what would be the costs and also what would be the negative costs or benefits of the difference of net zero scenario until 2030. One last word, why we didn't choose to make it until 2050. We think that so long term calculation for cost is not realistic. So if we really want to see the real costs, so the next 8 years, 10 years is more reasonable, and it also serves a better background for or baseline information for the NDC. So that's why we chose 2030 as our target here for cost and benefit analysis. So Ebru Hocam, please.
All right, so thank you. Let me take this too. Okay. All right, so as Dr. Şahin mentioned or emphasized, it is important to be able to see the costs and benefits if you are really suggesting a scenario, right? One reason why many countries, like Turkey today, has chosen such a static position in terms of its contributions to climate change could be that it is too costly or it's going to be too costly. So that's the reason why these type of studies, as the report of 2050 net zero report, is important in terms of opening up a discussion about what different types of policies can achieve or cannot achieve, right? So I'm just going to talk a bit about the background, because actually our study started with the official projections of electricity demand in Turkey. So from the official projections of the Ministry of Energy, we have backtraced what possible economic growth can Turkey go through in order to be able to be consistent with the official projections of electricity demand. And we have built up a macroeconomic model which includes in important sectors of the economy, including agriculture, industry, services, what have you. And then we have also built two different electricity models, one optimization model, another market simulation model. For this study, we have included a transmission and distribution, a grid model as well, in order to be able to calculate the costs in terms of investment in electricity production, but also in terms of the transmission and distribution of electricity at the hourly resolution daily. So we really have a very detailed 3 bottom-up electricity models to support the calculations here. Other than that, we have 2 modules that goes through the transportation and buildings costs, and again, a detailed industry energy efficiency scenario or model. All right, so one by one, I'm going to show you what we suggest in terms of the net zero pathway, what this pathway is going to mean in terms of this 2030 benchmark year, and what would be the associated costs. So this is the graph for electricity production over here. So what the baseline scenario might achieve in terms of cumulative emissions is the blue shaded region. And what we suggest in terms of the capabilities of Turkey to reach to a net zero emissions is this orange shaded region. So you see, for instance, for the electricity, we do not suggest the right away degrees in the path, but have a bit of constancy and then a moderate decrease in terms of the emissions. So what supports this scenario is actually the additional capacity requirements in terms of the electricity production, baseline compared to net zero. Well, the vertical axes are not of the same unit, so make sure, right? So Turkey suggests that it's going to increase its coal and imported coal and lignite capacity in between, not only between 20 to 23, but up until 2030. our net zero scenario do not include any new additional coal power plant investments. Rather, the bulk of the investments is coming from the solar and the wind as compared to the baseline, because actually the baseline scenario has some installed capacity, newly installed capacity forecasted in terms of solar and wind as well, again in line with the official projections and the official documents. So that's the summary of the changes in installed capacity in terms of the electricity sector. We suggest that compared to the baseline, we decrease the newly installments in terms of the fossil fuel generations, and then increase the newly installments in terms of bulkly in terms of renewables, and then the storage capacity as well, because actually the 2050 net zero pathway is going to demand considerable storage and international interconnectedness in terms of flexibility and storage requirements. So what are the costs? The costs that we go through are the investment cost of these additional capacity installments, the operation and maintenance costs with respect to each type and each technology of the existing and the plant, generation plants, and then the fuel cost, right? So you see a summary on the in the graph. The numbers would be here, right? So in terms of additional capacity, storage, and investment costs, that would cumulatively, in between 2020 and 2030, in the course of these 10 years, would add up to $35 billion. That means it's also going to mean that we have negative costs or benefits associated with not importing the fuel for coal or gas coal power plants. And then we have a bit of reduction or negative costs in terms of operational and maintenance costs, mainly coming from the operation and maintenance costs of coal power plants. What else? We have a grid model now, which looks into what additional costs this type of scenario is going to generate in terms of transmission and distribution lines. Now, this grid model looks into what type of additional requirements would a 2050 net zero path is going to demand compared to the baseline scenario, and also compared to the other two electricity production models, because actually what you would need is to consider reproduction and distribution, the redispatch requirements, because of having too much or dominantly renewables in your transmission and distribution system. That's the first item. The second one is the renewables curtailment cost that we analyze. And then we also analyze the transmission and distribution lines, the additional requirements, because we're closing down or not using a bulk of the coal power plants, and then we're proposing that they're going to be substituted with the renewables, so that the geographical distribution of the coal power plants and the associated geographical distribution of the renewables may actually need additional lines for transmission and distribution. The summary of this analysis is that in terms of the grid operation costs, the redispatch costs, and the renewables curtailment costs would add up to much lower value or level than $1 billion. And then there's this grid investment cost, which altogether makes the electricity sector's transmission or transformation towards a decarbonized economy or towards a decarbonized system would add up to a cumulative of almost $30 billion in between 2020 and 2030. Now, with respect to these costs, what's going to be the decarbonization level? It's going to be around 587 million tons of carbon dioxide. That's going to be what we have in terms of the degrees of emissions from electricity production in cumulative terms in this decade. Now comes the transportation. we have a module for transportation which actually proposes this scenario of emission reductions, not a very ambitious one actually for the years between 2020 and 2030. And most of this reduction that we propose is actually coming from the electrification in terms of passenger transport and in terms of freight transport. Here, because we don't have a very detailed bottom-up modeling framework, we basically relied on the currently or recently published World Bank's Country Clean Development Report, which has a very comparable baseline and net zero emissions path with our model. Therefore, whatever they have forecasted in terms of growth, in terms of electrification costs, we have made use of their numbers, which then generates a total cost of 12.5 billion US dollars in terms of the electrification needs in transportation, but then comes up with a negative $10.3 billion because of not using petroleum-based energy requirements in transportation, which then is accounted for a reduction of 171 million tons of carbon dioxide. Buildings again, in terms of the buildings, our baseline scenario and our net zero scenario is quite comparable to the ministry's Atlas and Atlas scenarios. So therefore, with respect to their own projections as well, we've made use of their cost calculations. So what we have is actually these components of costs that are taken into account, the urban transformation and renewal costs of the buildings, energy performance measures, coal to natural gas transformation, a little bit of heat pump that is used in the net zero scenario, upgrading of electrical appliances to better efficiency products. And towards the end of this period in 2030, we have also introduced just negligible hydrogen in this sector. So the total investment cost actually makes up the bulk of the costs in our net zero scenario as well. That accounts to almost $100 billion, transforming the building stock of the economy that would back up a 2050 net zero pathway, with a benefit of almost $41 billion and with a gain of almost 250 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Just last sector that we analyze is the industry and other sectors, which we assume a moderately decreasing path until 2050. And there we have a couple of components that help the net zero path. One of them is energy efficiency growth. These numbers are in line with the International Energy Agency's net zero report, which suggests that the countries can achieve as high as these numbers in terms of energy efficiency and the application of energy efficiency technologies in different sectors, high energy emissions intensive sectors, low emissions intensive sectors. There's a bit of electrification and the direct usage of renewables in the sectors that are possible. Here we don't have high energy intensive sectors such as cement or iron and steel, but we have low energy intensive sectors, relatively low energy intensive sectors such as chemicals, automobiles, textiles, what have you. The additional costs, and with respect to the references, the energy efficiency cost, the renewables in total energy demand and electrification costs, these costs in fact make up to a net of $7 billion once we account for the benefits of not using coal in the industry or substituting fossil fuel usage in the industry production. So a summary of our scenarios in terms of total costs and total benefits would be that a total cost of 171 billion would be needed in cumulative terms in a decade up until 2030 with the total benefits in terms of fuel costs, majorly in terms of fuel costs, that would be around 70 billion, which means that the cumulative net cost we're dealing with is actually around $100 billion, which then very approximately amounts to $10 billion of investment per year, which would require, with additional benefits of almost 42 billion in terms of the avoided costs of health. There is another 12.5 billion costs of stranded assets because of closing down the coal power plants. And lastly, in terms of the energy-related reduction in emissions that our 2050 scenario requires, the social cost of carbon or the carbon price that we would need in order to be able to come up with a feasible, or in order to be able to support the 2050 net zero scenario, would be around $170 per ton of carbon dioxide, which I think is a reasonable number for a developing country like Turkey, which is on the verge of enacting its own emissions trading system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebru Hocam. Do we have anyone not speaking Turkish in the audience? Yok galiba. O zaman soru cevap kısmına Türkçe devam edelim. Daha hızlı, daha kolay gideriz. Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani çok ekleyeceğim bir şey yok. Sadece şunu tekrar vurgulayayım. Fark ettiğiniz gibi bu çalışmada bütün şeyler, bütün maliyetler ve bütün faydalar mümkün olduğu kadar çalışıldı. Gördüğünüz gibi strand asset, yani batık maliyetler de bu, çünkü bizim raporumuzda 2035'te şeyden çıkılıyor, kömürden çıkılıyor. Bu 2030'a kadar olan kısmı, dolayısıyla kömürden tamamen çıkılmamış halinde kömür santrallerinin erken kapanmasından kaynaklanan strand asset'i, yani batık maliyetleri de dahil ettik, 12,5 milyar dolar ve sağlık, yani hava kirliliğinin engellenmesinden kaynaklanan sağlık maliyetlerindeki azalma 42 milyar dolar. Bunları da gösterdik ama bunları toplama dahil etmedik aslında. Yani bu sağlık maliyetleriyle batık maliyetleri toplama dahil etmedik. Toplama sadece yatırım maliyetlerini ve yakıttan ve işletmeden kaynaklanan faydaları dahil ettik. Dolayısıyla toplamı işte gördüğünüz gibi toplam yatırım maliyeti 171 milyar dolar çıktı. Ama 70 milyar dolar yakıttan ve işletmeden kazancımız olduğu için de toplam net maliyetimiz 101 milyar dolar çıktı. Bunu da biz yılda 10 milyar dolar bir maliyet olarak özetliyoruz ki Dünya Bankası'nın ve diğer kurumların yaptığı, bildiğim kadarıyla modellemelere oldukça yakın bir sonuç çıkıyor. Yaklaşık yılda 10 milyar dolar, bu da yanılmıyorsam Türkiye milli gelirinin yaklaşık %1'i civarında bir maliyet anlamına geliyor ki aslında bu maliyeti de bir tür yer değiştirmiş maliyet olarak kabul etmek lazım. Yani bir ekstra maliyetten değil, kaydırılmış bir maliyetten, yani başka yere yapılacak olan yatırımın büyük ölçüde enerji dönüşümüne kaydırılmasından bahsediyoruz diyebiliriz. Bu kısa özetten sonra herhalde yanlış bir şey olmadıysa sizin sorularınızı alabiliriz. Buyurun.
Hocam bu aşağıda sağlıktan eksi 42 milyar dolar, batık maliyetleri de 12,5 milyar dolar artı. Orada 30 milyar dolarlık bir şey var. Bunu
onları ama evet
katmadınız hesabı. Uluslararası, yani dünyada da bu böyle mi hesaplanıyor? Yani yoksa siz mi bu hesabı böyle yaptınız?
Aslında şöyle, yani sağlık maliyetleri özellikle ya da faydaları, oradaki kazançlar bir ek kazanç gibi doğrudan finansal değil ama bir ek kazanç gibi düşünüyor. Dolayısıyla hani biz de bir ek olarak vermeyi daha uygun bulduk. Hepsinin böyle alt alta toplanabilir ve parasal cinsten ifade edilebilir olmasına rağmen benzer şekilde karbon maliyeti de öyle. Burada işte yaklaşık 170 doları toplamda elde ettiğimiz 1340 milyon tonluk azalmayla çarpsak orada da çok önemli bir işte avoided cost of carbon ortaya çıkmış olacak. Bunu da ekleyebiliriz. Ama genellikle hani bunların hep farklı yan ya da ekstra ya da işte büyük dışsallıklardan kaynaklandığını vurgulamak için hepsine ayrı ayrı vermeyi uygun bulduk.
Merhaba. Çok gerçekten etkileyici bir çalışma. Hatta şöyle düşündüm, yani bunda bir iyimserlik mi var? Yani bu kadar maliyetle gerçekten bu altından kalkılabilir mi? Hani bu bir soru değil ama insan inanamıyor hani. Ama biliyorum hazırlayan ekibi, o yüzden hani tabii ki hiçbir kuşkum yok. Bir tek şeyi soracağım. Bunun istihdamla ilişkisine dair hiçbir şeye baktınız mı? Yani bu istihdamı azaltıyor mu, çoğaltıyor mu, bu senaryoda ne oluyor? Çünkü biraz oraları bazen fazla hani çok iyi şekilde yorumlandığını da görüyoruz. Hani kömürle yenilenebilir arasında.
Evet. Şöyle bir şey yaptık. Belki Ümit Bey sonra daha detaylandırır. İlk yaptığımız çalışmada ülkenin büyüme patikasından, sektörlerin büyüme olanaklarından, sektörlerin yarattığı istihdamdan herhangi bir ödün vermezsek kısıtı altında çalıştı bu modelleme. Dolayısıyla şunu modellemedik ama başka bir şey kazanmış olduk. Ekonomi böyle bir dönüşüme bırakırsak, diyelim ki işte 170 dolarlık ya da herhangi bir karbon fiyatı koyarsak, ekonomi nasıl dönüşür ve bu ne yaratır ne yaratmazı sormadık. Eğer ekonominin büyümelerinden, sektörlerin büyümelerinden feragat etmezsek, dolayısıyla örneğin işte çimento sektörünün bütün bu politikalardan kaynaklı negatif etkilenmesini dahi göz önünde bulundurmazsak sorusunu sorduk. Onun için bunu şöyle düşünebilirsiniz. Bu istihdam etkisi, sektörel üretim etkisi gibi etkiler aslında bunu gerçekleştirmek için nasıl politikalar uygulayacağınıza bağlı. Çünkü bu maliyetleri çok farklı şekilde ekonomiye yansıtabilirsiniz.
Bu bir değişken ama bunun başka değişkenleri de olması gerekiyor.
Evet, kesinlikle.
Yani zaten oradaki sağlık etkisi mesela koymuyorsunuz ama başka bir hesaplamada çok önemli bir etki olarak da değerlendirilebilir.
Değerlendirilebilir ya da yıllık 10 milyar doları siz tamamen bir sektörü vergileyerek de alabilirsiniz. Tamamen karbon fiyatlaması yaparak da yapabilirsiniz. Ya da bir policy mix yapabilirsiniz. Bütün bunların istihdam, katma değer, sektörel paylara etkisi çok farklı olacaktır. Siz nasıl bir politika öneriyorsunuz? Bu bence hani böyle çalışmaların bir sonraki aşamasını oluşturuyor.
Çok teşekkürler.
Teşekkürler. Başka soru var mı acaba? Ben yorum olarak bir şey ekleyeyim, yani biraz Barış'ın sorusuna da. Şimdi bu geçen seneki çalışmanın üzerine yapılmış bir çalışma olduğu için sürekli aslında oraya dönüp bakmak gerekiyor. Yani sadece bu maliyetler nereden çıktı diye anlayabilmek için o çalışmadaki bu çalışmanın raporunda şu anda şeyde bulabileceğiniz ve web sitesinde, İPM'nin web sitesinde bulabileceğiniz çalışmada belli hatları var zaten. Burada da gördük ama hani o çalışmadaki varsayımlara dönüp bakmak gerekiyor. Bence o çalışmanın en güçlü olan yanı şuydu. Fazlasıyla gerçekçi bir çalışmaydı. Yani şöyle yola çıkabilirsiniz. Emisyonları ne olursa olsun sıfırlayacağız diye yola çıkabilirsiniz. Ya da belli bir baz senaryoya ulaşmak için kafanızda bir baz senaryo vardır. Ona ulaşmak için varsayımlarla oynayabilirsiniz. Biz bunları yapmak yerine gerekiyorsa sıfıra inmeyiz dedik. Ve neticede de inemedik gerçekten. Yani Çünkü varsayımlarımız Türkiye'nin mevcut ekonomisinin devam ettiğini, yani mevcut işte beklenen büyüme hızının, enerji talep artışının, nüfus artışının vesaire bunların olduğunu ve bütün ekonominin yapısının da çok fazla değişmediğini hatta. Çünkü normalde böyle bir yeşil dönüşümde ekonominin yapısının değişmesini beklersiniz. Biz ekonominin yapısını bile fazla değiştirmedik. Yine demir, çelik, çimento her şey bildiğiniz gibi devam ediyor. Yani ekonominin yapısı dahi değişmeden ne yapabiliriz onu merak ettik açıkçası. Dolayısıyla fazlasıyla gerçekçi bir ekonomik, hatta gerçekçi demeyeyim de muhafazakar denebilecek bir ekonomik varsayım setine dayanarak hesapladık. Dolayısıyla maliyetler de öyle çıktı. Yani maliyetler de bu muhafazakar Türkiye'nin böyle gelmiş böyle gider senaryosunun çok değişmediği ama enerji dönüşümünün eklendiği durumda ne olur? Yani ciddi bir enerji dönüşümünün, sanayide yeni teknolojilerin, enerji verimliliğinin falan eklendiği durumda ne olur? Zaten raporun detaylarını incelerseniz, biraz önce de Ebru Hoca gösterdi. Mesela sanayideki maliyet büyük ölçüde enerji verimliliği yatırımlarından kaynaklanıyor. İşte elektrikteki maliyet çok büyük ölçüde yenilenebilir enerji yatırımlarından kaynaklanıyor. Mesela şebekelerden büyük bir maliyet gelmiyor. Hatta şaşırtıcı derecede az bir maliyet çıkıyor şebekeler. Hani çünkü hep o söyleniyor biliyorsunuz. Bizim şebekeler buna müsaade etmez. Çok fazla yatırım yapmaya gerek var. Hiç öyle bir yatırım maliyeti çıkmadı. Yani çok düşük. Evet. 2030 için gerekmediği ortaya çıkıyor. Sonrası ama işte sonrası en başta açılışta onu söylemeye çalıştım. 2030'dan sonrasını modelleyebilmeniz için veya 2030'dan sonraki maliyetlerin bir sorun haline gelebilmesi için önce 2030'a kadar dönüşmeniz gerekiyor. Yani 2030'a kadar dönüşmediğiniz zaman, yani şöyle bir şey varsayamayız. Hiçbir şey yapmadık 2030'a kadar. Mevcut işte NDC'deki gibi devam ettik. Sonra maliyetler çok yükselecek tabii ki. Yani eğer varsayımınız 2030'a kadar değişmeyip böyle gitmek, ondan sonra dönüşmekse buradaki maliyetleri mumla ararız o zaman.
Bir tek şeyi kaçırdım mı ben? Yıllık büyüme oranı ne olarak öngörüldü? Onu yani belki de ben kaçırdım.
Burada 3.7 civarında. Hani onu 4'e çıktığını varsaysanız Türkiye'nin uzun dönemli büyümesi işte %4. Yani kriziyle, iyi büyümesiyle ve
Yani 10 yıllık ortalamalar falan
bakıldığında hani ve dolayısıyla hani işte bu yıl %10 büyüdük, onun çok bir önemi yok. Uzun dönemde tarihsel olarak Türkiye ne kadar büyümüş? Bunu baz almak bu kadar uzun dönemli çalışmalar için daha önemli diye düşünüyoruz.
Ulaşım sektörüyle ilgili dönüşümde 2030 sonrasına mı kalacak? Burada hidrojen, elektrik yani tam olarak nedenler nedir o konuyu önceliklendirmemizin?
Şöyle bir şey söyleyeyim, Ebru Hoca da devam eder. Bizim demin söylediğim muhafazakarlık ulaşımda iyice fazla. Çünkü bizim geçen seneki işte buna da temel olan çalışmanın varsayımları, şimdi yanlış hatırlamıyorsam elektrikli otomobille dönüşümü baz senaryoda %10, net sıfır senaryosunda ancak %20 verdik. Yani 2030'a kadar.
Ve hidrojeni hiç koymadık.
Hidrojeni 2030'a kadar hiç koymadık. 2040'tan sonra koyduk. Ama daha erken de koyabilirsiniz duruma göre, ama yani bizim elektrikli otomobile geçiş sadece %20 binek araçlarında, yük araçlarında da %10 2030'a kadar. Dolayısıyla çok muhafazakar. O yüzden de buradaki maliyetler aslında yine de yakıt maliyeti dengelemese ne kadardı? 12,5, ama yakıt maliyetlerinden kazanç dengeleyince 2 milyar dolara düşüyor.
Evet, yani burada ulaşım sektörünün büyüme projeksiyonu ve enerji talebi projeksiyonu üzerinden analizler var. Ama örneğin elektrik sektöründe olduğu kadar detaylı bir model üzerinden bunu yapmadığımız için biz de oldukça muhafazakar davrandık. Ve dolayısıyla maliyetlerde de aslında hani daha detaylı çalışılmış olduğunu bildiğimiz maliyetlerle de sürekli karşılaştırma ihtiyacı duyduk. Bu modelden ziyade bir modül olarak kaldı ulaşım sektörü.
Teşekkür ederim.
Evet, çok teşekkürler. Eğer başka sorunuz yoksa çok sağ olun geldiğiniz için.
Sei. Ses prova 1 2. Sound check. Ses prova. Ses prova. 1 2 3 4 5 ses prova. 5 deneme. Say. Dun. Ses prova. Ses sound check. 1 2 3 4 5.
Sound one. Ses prova 1 2.
kere basmanız yeterli.
Ben şey yaparım. Çalışıyor. Sesim iyi herhalde. Okay. Distinguished delegates, attendees of COP27 and our guests, you are all welcome into our pavilion. We all are present here at COP27 for our common purpose, that is combating climate change in our own individual ways. As part of the official delegations of your countries, you are here to discuss the solutions and necessary policies that are desperately needed, this to say. However, we are here for one more purpose, that is telling our own story of dealing with climate change so that you can go back to those negotiation rooms with an additional thought on your mind. That is, the youth is watching and waiting for action, and that those actions have to be decisive, grounded, and of course, ready. We do not believe we are only the victims of this crisis, but also the solutions more. We do not believe that the crisis can only be solved with one generation only. We are aware of the fact that in order for us to tackle the climate crisis, we need a whole of society approach. That is, all parts of the society needs to be added to the decision-making processes. Yes, we are still raising this point because there is still not enough progress in this sense around the world. We are working to make sure that it is at hand. Distinguished guests, I now would like to tell more about our Climate Envoy initiative. As I said before, we are here for one more purpose, and here for Climate Envoys will be telling you about our whole story from scratch to now. The initial phase of the movement, trainings, institutionalization of the movement, their action for 23 term, and of course, finally, their projects in planning. I now kindly present my friends to tell their story by themselves. Please.
Okay, thanks again. And my presentation will be about our identity and what we've done so far. So, how was the Climate and Voice movement started? In a short word, at 9 Eylül University in October 2021, our minister Murat Kurum first mentioned the necessity of the youth presentation for acting against climate change and the green transition. He included that the need and the necessity of youth presence in order to fight against climate change. After this first spark, youth envoy movement started and enhanced increasingly. We gathered together before the Climate Council as 209 envoys from different universities were all around the Turkey. Okay, so I'm sorry. What is our goal and what we are trying to do? So we are trying to initiate a green and climate friendly universities. We started our university clubs and we are actively participating them. And we are trying to fight against climate change, of course. And we want to involve in decision making and increasing the climate change awareness among public. So this is the picture of Youth Envoy in the first Climate Council. We believe that this is our first success because for the first time we have considered, we have taken into account, and we shared our we shared our declarations, youth declaration. In this declaration, we stated our wishes, requests in order to follow up the grand transition and the catch net zero aim with the 13 main headlines. So this is the cover of our declaration, and the Climate Council Commission recommendations report of the 14th article says that the demands contained in the Youth Declaration announced by the Climate Envoys at the Climate Council on February 21 should be taken into account in the steps to be taken and all decisions to be taken in the Turkey's fight against climate change. So this can be considered as a proof that Turkish youth is considered by the policymakers. This is the article that I'm mentioning about. Later on, we can focus on our activities until now. So even though we published our action plan, this is what we have done so far. We take place in the climate summit, and we shared our declaration there. And we participated in the eco-climate. We had a stand there, and we shared our visions there. And we also in the Turkey Environment Week. So we attended there as a guest of the ministry. And we went to Salda Lake, which is famous in Turkey of being species, being unique. And we went there with research groups and study groups, and we analyzed its habitat. And also we had political dialogue training, and we were there with 5 different groups of people for the different time periods, and we get the education that's needed in order to have the political dialogue. And we also share our information and awareness and our activities that happening in the youth and voice activities to our universities. So this is all that I'm going to tell, and I want to present my friends to continue. Thank you.
Hi again. I will start by introducing myself, and my name is Pınar Soyoz. I'm a third year energy and system engineering at Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University in Turkey. and I have been the founding president of Renewable Energy and Climate Change Club, my university, for 3 years, and then I'm also climate envoy representing the university at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of the Republic of the Turkey. Now I will tell you about our institutionalization process at Climate Envoys. First page. Sorry. As of September, our Climate Envoys institutionalization process has started. After our directive was approved by the Climate Change Presidency in October, we were announced as a sub-working group of Climate Envoys to take part in decision-making processes within the presidency. Last month, we came together as climate envoys in Ankara, and we chose the coordinator and assistant to represent the climate envoys. Then we formed our climate envoys, executive and supervisory board. As you can see here, it consists of 10 subcommittees. Within these 10 subcommittees, we have committees such as scientific research committee, and Child Youth Focused Climate Change Committee, and then Social Media Committee, and International Relations Committee. We created our website to announce our schedule through social media channel. It is open now. We plan to regularly share our work and publish reports for our committees on our website. And Turkey's mottos as climate envoys: before it's too late, now. And that's all. The process of institutionalization was completed. Thank you for listening and coming. And as mentioned earlier, during our first task after institutionalization was to create our action plan. For more about that, we are joined with our friends Tuncay. Thank you.
Thank you, Pınar, for your presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Tuncay Mehmet Tümer. I am secondary year student of Political Science and International Relations at Istanbul Sabahat Nizam University, and one of the climate envoys of Turkey. Today, I'm going to talk about the action plan of climate envoys of Turkey. And first of all, why did we prepare the action plan? The Young Climate Envoys movement is one of the rare partnerships between the government and the young people on the world. One of the most obvious proofs of the legitimacy of an organization is its action plan. So we prepared our action plan, and when we prepared this action plan, there was a process when we prepared it, like literature review, identifying the groups, conducting group works, unification of group works, voting of actions, allocating the committees according to their responsibilities, etc. And when we prepare our action plan, we cared about some priorities. Some of these priorities are to emphasize the climate change, boosting youth participation, qualitative development, setting standards, effective communication, and raising awareness. Then we shared all of our action plans to the committees. Every committee has its action, and it will do these actions through 2023. You can see the number of actions of the committees on the screen. Now, what we have in our action plan, there is some examples from our action plan, but I'm going to talk about 6 of them. First, climate-oriented short film, interview, and creation of awareness content. We have to do an explanation to our society about climate change. In this process, we must act like a whole society, so we wanted to use social and conventional media's power to influence our society about the climate change. Second one is training of the climate envoys. In this fight against climate change, we must improve ourselves as a climate envoys of Turkey. So we planned this training for the climate envoys. Example of the trainings is project management cycle training, climate change training, policy dialogue training, climate literacy trainer training, personal development workshops, etc. etc. Third one is conducting the honorary envoys mentoring program. We have planned this act for our new climate envoys because some of us could be graduated from their school and their climate envoys duty continue as an honorary one. So we planned this act. Our honorary envoys will transfer their experiences to the new ones. Fourth one is starting to collect climate projects under the name of Come With Your Idea. This action plans to collect Turkish youth projects and make them real. We are aiming to support Turkish green development with this action and these projects. Fifth and sixth one, organization of research work analyzing public awareness under the name Public Awareness and starting the environmental education for parents. These two action bases each of them. First of all, we want to see analyzing of public awareness and whether we have awareness enough about climate change. After determining our weaknesses with these analyses, we will use them to educate parents because if we educate them, they could educate their children and our future generations would be more aware. And with our action plans in progress, we are going to raise our impact in the new term. Now, my friend Ecem going to talk about our project proposals. Thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, I am Ecem Hocişler from Boğaziçi University. Let me talk about the project proposals of Climate Envoys. First of all, I want to say that as my friend Tuncay mentioned, Climate Envoys already have an action plan and we also prepare some project proposals in case of we get some fund and make them real. What are those? Those are 4 project proposals that we are working on them right now. Those are Green Campus Action Plan, Climate Change Awareness at Campus, Future is Mine, and Recycle Regain. Let me give some details about those. The first one is Green Campus Action Plan. Green Campus Action Plan basically aims that all universities in Turkey have an action plan that primarily focuses 4 goals. Those goals are sustainable waste management and zero waste. Second, low emission transportation, clean energy, and climate-friendly buildings. We plan that we want to provide a pool of actions to the universities and they will be able to choose the most suitable ones for them. And let me continue with the second project. Second project is climate change awareness at campus. Those projects want to boost the awareness among the university students, as you can understand from the name. And we want to do this by conferences and some education programs like summer school and biennales and competitions like short film competitions. And the third one is Future is Mine. In this project, we want to reach the children that age group 7 to 12. And we want to introduce them climate change and love of nature by using games and some pedagogical methods and games such as computer games. And the last one is recycle, regain. In this project, we want some places that students can buy sustainable products. We call them Zero Cafe. And we also be able to get credits from the machines when we give recyclable waste, and we will be able to use those credits in paid services in the campus, like gyms or cafeteria or transportation maybe. Those are our project ideas and proposals. Let me give the word to my friend Onat. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I was never good at just speaking to this table microphone, so I'm just going to make my final speech through using this microphone. So thank you for everyone being here. I thank my friends here for their wonderful presentations and for their efforts to tell about our movement from it's been almost 9 months. We are around almost. We have been around for almost 9 months, but we are working constantly to be at the very front of the climate struggle. And one of the things I should be mentioning maybe more when we mean where we are talking about the youth in the decision making process. What people usually get confused. People usually think that we actually want seats or maybe other things, but not. It's not the thing that we want. There's another point in that. We are constantly struggling with a multidimensional crisis, and it's always that it has to be answered with a multidimensional answer. And one of them is completely that just put the youth experience and advocacy in the decision making process. And we got actually that chance while we were working in our youth declaration which was presented to the Climate Council 2022, as my friends mentioned here. And the other one was actually some of our friends were actually helped or maybe participated to the process, the preparation process of the 8th National Communication of the Republic of Turkey. So these kind of things actually make our movement valuable and actually puts us in a position that we actually add value and of course learn, but maybe more, we are actually getting experience from the public and from of course from the governmental phases and of course other ministries, so that we can actually work in the future for just making our world better, because we live in a world that actually forgives honest mistakes, but we are not making honest mistakes. We are not making small mistakes. We are actually doing big mistakes right now. And to solve all of them, maybe to not make big mistakes, actually there needs actually another point of view, another perspective. And we believe that we actually can provide that perspective. And we actually don't believe that we can solve this crisis with a one generation, with new generation. There is no such thing. We can all agree on that. We are in a process to solve this crisis with a whole of society approach. If you are excluding any part of the society, any part of any country in the whole world, then we can't go further and we cannot solve the climate crisis. You can look as much as you can put your perspective, you can put your experience in the process, but it always leads us to one point, and we have to address climate change now and not tomorrow, and definitely not 10 years later, or not 100 years later. So thank you for being here, thank you for listening us, and again, you're all welcome here to question us as much as you can. Thank you. Is there any question, or we can just conclude our presentation? I guess it's not. Thank you.
Geliyor mu şu an? Ben çıkayım mı kameraya? Tamam. Sonrasında kamerayı kapatıp direkt ekrana veririz. Merhaba, iyi akşamlar. Sesimizi alabiliyor musunuz Şafak Hanım? Biz duyamıyorum ben ama. Bir dakika hallediyoruz.
Duyuyor musunuz?
Tamam, şu an geliyor sesiniz. Harika.
Ah, harika, süper. Nasılsınız?
İyiyim, sağ olun.
Sevgiler
Siz nasılsınız?
İstanbul'dan.
Sevgiler,
Ben de iyiyim, çok
saygılar,
teşekkürler.
sağ olun.
Sağ olun, sağ olun. Harika gözüküyor orası.
Çok teşekkürler. Tabii burada olamadığınız için üzgünüz. İnşallah bir dahakine Dubai'de
Ay inşallah
daha
ben de inanın bugün
güzel bir şekilde
Yusuf
beraber
Bey
oluruz.
yani inşallah bugün saat 4'te annem hastaneden çıkarttım. Koşarak buraya geldim.
Çok geçmiş
Onun için
olsun
mutluyum.
tekrar.
Çok sağ olun.
Umarım
Çok sağ olun.
iyilerdir.
İnşallah,
Afiyettelerdir.
inşallah.
Çok güzel.
İnşallah. Fena değiller. Evet, siz nasılsınız? Güzel geçiyor anladığım kadarıyla. Takip ediyorum ben de.
Çok sağ olun, eksik olmayın. Birazcık yoğun ama neredeyse çok sorun olmadan geçiyor. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Süper, harika. Çok memnun oldum. O zaman bir sorun yok gözüküyor.
Şu an bir sorun yok gibi. Sizin de sesiniz gayet iyi geliyor buraya. Biz şimdi
Tamam.
canlı yayına başlayacağız. Sizin
Tamam.
için uygunsa yavaş yavaş başlayabiliriz.
Tamam, ben 8 gibi demiştim. Şu anda orası kaç saat? 7.30 mu sizde?
Burada 6.30.
Ha 6.30. Ben
Bir
7
saat.
olarak duyurdum ama
En son konuştuğumuzda Türkiye saatiyle 7.30 dediniz. Şu an Türkiye
o
saatiyle 7.30.
Türkiye saati miydi? Öyle
Evet,
mi?
en son
La la la. Eyvah.
saat 19.30'da
Ben
Türkiye
bütün-
saatiyle bağlanacağım. Uygun olur mu diye konuştuk. Ona istinaden bağlandık.
Ben şey olarak onu hep Mısır saati olarak
Yani
algıladım.
siz bilirsiniz, isterseniz bekleyebiliriz biz.
Birazcık beklersek
Tabii.
iyi olacak çünkü böyle dinleyecek insanlar var.
Tabii.
Bir 15 dakika falan ben
Tamamdır.
mesaj da atayım cepten.
Tamam.
Biz hazırız, başlıyoruz diye. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Ne
Sağ
demek,
olun.
ne demek. Tamamdır o zaman. Ben mikrofonumu kapatıyorum.
Tamam.
Siz de...
Ben de kapatıyorum.
Tamamdır.
Bekliyorum o zaman.
Tamam, görüşürüz.
Yaklaşık bir 15 dakika sonra başlayabilirim.
Anlaştık. Harika.
Süper.
Hoşça kalın.
Sağ olun.
Görüşürüz.
Yusuf Bey beni duyuyor musunuz?
Merhaba, evet duyuyoruz. Ne zaman müsait olursanız bize söyleyin. Yayına başlayalım.
Şimdi başlayabiliriz. Sadece bir şey rica edeceğim.
Buyurun.
Bazen ben slaytları atlatıyor olsam da atlamıyor olabilir. O zaman bana haberdar ederseniz ben de zaten soruyor olacağım. Ben hemen hemen hazırım. İstediğiniz zaman başlayabiliriz.
Hocam peki siz buyurun başlayın. Biz de sizinle beraber sunumunuzu izliyoruz. Herhangi bir aksaklık durumunda size bilgi vereceğiz. Şu anda
Tamam.
hazırız biz de.
Canlı yayına geçtik mi? Başlıyorum
Evet,
o zaman.
şu anda YouTube'dayız. YouTube İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı.
Evet, çok teşekkürler.
Biz teşekkür ediyoruz.
Hello everyone. All my best wishes from Istanbul, Turkey. That's a pity I won't be able to come over to Sharm el Sheikh due to the health problems, and I'm hoping next year I'll be in COP28. Before going to start, I'd like to thanking to Ministry of Environment, Urbanization, and the Climate Change for this opportunity that they are supporting us to make this event happen. And this year, again, I'm going to talk about the sustainability with a city schedule, but I added resilience issues this year. And my presentation is going to give you a framework in a first place, and then I'm going to explain a little bit site work that we've done in Turkey with the support of a few municipalities. That actually how we what is the municipalities situation in a framework of the sustainability. I'm going to get in my first slide and hoping that everyone can see it. While we've been talking about the sustainability with the city framework, the point is that we need to explain the different management model because the reason is that, as you can see, that the various inputs in the city framework, and the cities has to manage and various things. Like one hand, they have to manage the resource efficiently. One hand, they have to deal with the transportation, as well as waste management, as well as smart logistics and the green supply chain, food chain, etc. Every item in the city schedule has to be managed in a better way. So therefore, a systematic approach is essential while we've been talking about the city sustainability. What I'm trying to explain is that the managing of the city has to be defined with the different management model that therefore, and the sustainable management model is actually explaining very well indeed for the city management. As you know that the previous century interest or attractions is not the same as in this century. And this century, we have to deal with management, waste management, as well as efficiency, as well as transportation, and many things at the same time. So therefore, we need a measurable ability of any urban system with its inhabitants and to maintain continuity through all shocks and stresses while positively adapting, transforming towards sustainability. Before going to go to the details, perhaps a resilient city is able to prepare for recover from and adapt to shocks and stresses. Cities are increasingly confronted by shocks, including extreme natural and human-made events, which results in loss of life and injury, material, economic, and or environmental losses and impacts. These shocks can include, but are not limited to, floods and earthquakes and perhaps volcanic eruptions, as well as chemical and oil spills, power outrages, financial crisis. A resilient city is also able to manage and mitigate ongoing human and natural stresses in a city related to environmental degradation, for example, poor air and water quality, and social inequalities such as poverty, dealing with housing shortages, as well as economic instability, such as rapid inflation that all we are facing, or unemployment. Those negative impacts has to be managed in the city as well. A city's preparedness can be characterized by developing a detailed understanding of risk to the city, by taking action to reduce vulnerability and exposure, by enhancing the awareness and the participation of individuals, households, and business. A city resilience is able to recover from shocks and stresses in a timely and efficient manner, with a focus of ensuring the continuity or rapid restoration of the city services such as electricity, water, telecommunication, and waste management, and the access to emergency services. When we talk about the resilience of the city, that we need to say that a city that understands the necessity to adapt its systems and the processes to ensure that they are robust as possible in the face of shocks and stresses, building better access, following extreme events while focusing on the goal of restoring and ensuring long-term prosperity. So the progress and the transformation towards sustainable development through maintaining and improving city services and the quality of life in the face of shocks and stresses is a core component of resilience cities. I'd like to say that today the cities are facing almost 55% of the humanity, and as you probably during the COP27, and we've been heard many times that the 70% of GHG emissions, as well as 80% of the global GDP, is coming from the cities actually. So therefore, it is estimated that almost 84% of the fastest growing cities face high vulnerability to disaster, climate risk, pulling to almost 40 trillion worth of assets and risk, and nearly 45% of the people in fragile contexts are living in the cities, and that was expected to rise to almost 50% by the 2030 and almost 60% by the year of 2050, while 2030. Those figures are quite extreme. So with that entrance, I'd like to focusing that the new framework under the sustainability. In fact, that very recently, ISO, International Standard Organization, just launched a framework to the net zero that will help to industries as well as cities. With that framework, as well as OECD framework regarding the sustainability main components like an economy, governance, environment, and society has to merge together and to manage together. This harmony is required new terminology or required new compliance requirements both in the city level as well as national, as well as regional level to manage in a better way. When we are talking about the economy, that the number one is that the conditions allow the innovation to take place. So therefore, without innovation, we cannot talk about the sustainability or improvements in that way. And the diverse number of industries and dynamic economy to generate growth, as well as people have an access to employment, education, services, and skill trainings. And those the lines and also very much linked into the municipalities concern. The environment issues that is a link into the ecosystem is sound and diverse. Infrastructure needs and adequate natural resources are available for citizens, and the policies toward land use in the city. During the COVID-19, all we need that the clean air and the forest and the land use requirements are very essential for well-being and happiness of the citizens. The governors is actually creating a great framework to manage sustainability towards to resilience of the cities. And the clear leadership and the management, organizational definitions, and strategic and integrated approaches are taken by the leaders, and the public sector has the right skills, and the government is also open and transparent with that framework. In fact, that we've been expecting a lot from the municipalities, and the society part are inclusive and cohesive. Citizens networks has to be encouraged, and the communities are active in their decision-making processes, and the safety requirements as well as citizens enjoy healthy lives as important parameters that has to be managed with this sustainability framework. And towards the resilience, we need to describe measuring instruments in the city schedule. And this one that on the screen that I've been sharing you OECD framework, and also I'm going to share with you the UNDRI measuring requirements as well, that the economy, society, and governors together with the environment has to be described performance indicators for better management. The sustainability of the cities and towards to resilience issues, that the systematic approach has to be addressed in the management part of the municipalities. Why the systematic approach is essential? Because that approach perhaps doesn't require previous century, because all we know that the previous century's main attraction was economic development, but we understand that economic development itself doesn't work a lot, and that doesn't work anymore, I may say so. So this century, that I call it the climate century, requirements are different than the previous century. So therefore, only economic development is not enough unless that the environment or environmental development as well as social issues is a part of the system. Systematic approach is actually linked into the multiple connections and interactions in the city level. So therefore, the city is managing with the system of systems, that the one way the food storage and delivery is handling, another way that the water and wastewater management is working, and the infrastructure requirements is another way, that's transportation and ecosystems as well. And those requirements are very much linked into the definition of the new performance indicators that adapted to the cities. The indicators also required by the resilience issues, because all we are talking about adaptation, climate change and adaptation, what we understand in this scope as well, adaptation with a one level, and the soft and hard levels of the adaptation. And from now on, perhaps adaptation doesn't enough, and we need to get into the resilience part, risk to resilience, because otherwise we cannot survive. If the system is broken, then that's very hard to continue. In that case, I'm sharing with you that a few frameworks are available at this stage for the cities. That one of them is the ISO 37120 series, that is very much explained resilience cities framework. And in this case, that the 19 themes and the 68 indicators are explained, and they're ready for the resilience of the cities. When the city is going to apply for the resilience processes, which has to do, otherwise the system is going to broken, and the economy, education and energy, including the governors, finance part, communication, water, in fact that the 48 indicators required for early adapter cities, which is huge. And when we talk about the indicators for resilient cities, and so many indicators has to be followed up by a quite nicely explained management models. In this management model, that is the sustainability actually. So because without it, only one item in the center of the core business cannot be manageable. At the city level, we have to be managing with internal and external benchmarking in the city level, because actually economy is turning through the cities. So each city has a different dynamics for attraction. Like I'm from Istanbul, Turkey, and Istanbul has so many dynamics, but Sharm el Sheikh also has a different dynamics. Like in Turkey, for example, in Ağrı has a great mountains like the Himalayas. At the backyard, actually, as you can see it in here, that picture is coming from Himalayas. So therefore, Bhutan is attraction center, but Ağrı in Turkey is also can be an attraction center. So therefore, economic development and infrastructure development, as well as strategic planning is required outcomes of the resilience parameters that we can use it. I'd like to jump into another slide that I get that one from IPCC recent report last year. All we are adapting our systems into the risk base, but what happened that under the pressure of the climate change, risk core issue is going to change into the human and ecological concerns. So therefore, resilience is going to be in the center of our models. So while the world is going to manage in the risk centralized models, but now we have to turn our models quite rapidly into the resilience, which is not an easy task. Turn into the models to resilience. That at the backyard, there are so many parameters has to be described and managed accordingly. You can manage one way is easily, but when you have so many parameters, that's quite hard to manage. The sustainable cities getting to the resilience has economic vibration, human capital and innovation, mobility and connectivity, liability, and state of the cities are the dynamics of the sustainability that you're addressing for the cities. So therefore, the managing of the cities is one hand the employment and the growth trajectory, land property and housing issues, and knowledge of the economy and the quality of education things are linked into the human capital. And in order to improve, or in order to get a reaction or active cities without capital and innovation, or without liability, it cannot be work anymore. So in this case, how we can improve our cities, how we can get into the resilient cities, or can we ask that our cities is resilient, or how we can go to the resilience processes? Is there any explained methods, or what is the references for the resilience approaches? Very recently, for example, we have difficulties in Pakistan. I'm definitely so sorry about that, and economic and physical loss a lot. So that things are going to be happen quite often. The scientists are saying so. In my case, that in Turkey, for example, we used to have a UNDRR resilience approach, and we actually made a few implementation for our cities. Actually, that's going to represent 40% of the Turkish cities. I'm going to explain it later on. And UNDRR resilience approach is available and open for public. And this approach is providing corporate items and integrated planning and response planning and each of them has addressing various issues. Like one is that you organize the disaster resilience, but when I said that the resilience is not only the disaster management, resilience is also integrated or required integrated planning, is required corporate governance issues as well. So identify and understand and use current and future risk scenarios is also under the city governors. Strength, financial capacity for resilience is addressing city governors. And when I come to the integrated planning and pursue resilience urban planning and design, safeguard natural buffer, and I can say that the natural ecosystems has to be in a place in integrated planning. Strength institutional capacity for resilience is also a part of the integrated planning. And one more is that to understand and strengthen societal capacity for resilience. Those items in addressing integrated planning. And the last one is the response planning. And for the response planning is addressing, ensure that effective disaster management is explained and in place, just in case something happens in the city level. Expected recovery and build better conditions is also part of the response planning. And when the city is explaining or set up their plans, and in the first place, strategic action plan has to be addressed accordingly. I work for the UNDRR resilience scorecard processes in Turkey, and it's a quite nice framework and easy to implement. And the resilience process for it can be used for the resilience processes in the cities. And UNDRR approach is available. It's an easy scorecard implementation. And you may be asked, can I do it without that? But it's hard. That is providing you a screening issue and screen your city, how resilient your city. So therefore, you need a screening processes in the first place before going to make further planning. Disaster resilience scorecard for cities is also required and helping to the cities to monitoring and reviewing cities processes for further implementation. And of course, Sendai framework for 2015 and 2030 is also can be reachable through the framework. And this framework has one is the concept and the tools and analysis, and also that's bring you into the strategic planning, and then the implementation is required. As you know that the many cities, including Turkey, has a strategic plans for city management, but those are actually does not really reflecting Sendai framework requirements as well as sustainability itself, because there are so many items and so many tools that need to be come together in a proper manner. In UNDRR approach, that they have 10 essentials for making city resilience. In that was indicators linked into the risk use, and then to gaps, and to make your prioritization and to find out your materiality issues in the city schedule in order to make a further issues for resilience requirements. And as I said, that all we are talking about, or around the 10 years from now on, we've been talking about mitigation issues. Mitigation for the climate change is also an issue, but we were talking about the adaptation, but the adaptation is not enough anymore. So therefore, strong and resilient, flexible cities has to be set up, and there are lots of ways to do so, but that is the high time to do right now. UNDRR disaster resilience scorecard for the cities has actually two items. One is the primary one, and another one is the detailed one. I highly recommend it for the cities in a first place to make a primary assessment. Primary assessment gives you a lot about your cities, and in the first place, you need to understand what is the weakness points or what is your powerful areas to do so. And like in Istanbul, as well as Ankara, as well as Muğla, Seyhan municipalities, I think we make it in İzmit as well. We make it primary assessment. But when I get into the scores, probably later on I will share with you, that is very hard to make a comparison in between, because each city has a different dynamics. And so therefore I can't generalize, I cannot make any conclusion that the one part is high, another one is not, because it's quite different dynamics for the cities. To set up your cities in a resilience pathway, and the UNDRR approach that they have 10 essentials for resilience. Number one is that they organized for disaster resilience. As I said, we make it almost 5 cities that was representing almost 40% of the country. Then Istanbul itself, almost 20 million. So if you say that we are an 80 or 85 million population in Turkey, which is huge. Organizing for disaster resilience is the one hand, and the second item is that they identify, understand, and use current and future risk scenarios. With this item, perhaps, that while our cities has made their scenarios, risk management as well, that we had an experiences, earthquake experiences, very bad experiences for the earthquake. So therefore, risk scenarios that we have a great experience on this. I guess we are powerful in this part. And the third essential is the strength, financial capacity for resilience. I think most of the cities that this essential is needs to improve it, and it's quite a weak point of the cities, but that can be manageable. But before going to manage something, you have to understand your situation in the first place, and then to make your plans accordingly. Essential 4, pursue resilient urban development and design. And the essential 5 is describing natural ecosystems. And the essential 6, institutional capacity for resilience. And this is also has to be improved, both in Turkey and the rest of the countries as well. Or I may say that another country is in the city schedule. Essential 7, strength societal capacity for resilience. This is also very important. As you can say that this climate change is not an issue for the governments, it's not an issue for the countries or globally. It's an issue for public. It's an issue for everybody. So therefore, that can be managed altogether. Essential 8 is increased infrastructure resilience, and 9 is addressing effective disaster response. And the effective disaster response is also described very well in Turkey as well, managed by AFAD and related organizations. Essential 10 is the recovery and build back better operations. And this, from now on, that I explained, and the framework for resilience pathway, and when you make your city resilient, in the first place, you have to find out a framework, what kind of framework that you're going to use for resilience pathway. You have to measure in the first place. You have to understand your weaknesses, you have to understand your powerful areas. That UNDRR, which is open for public, has 10 essentials addressed very well, and we have been done that for Ankara, Seyhan, Muğla, Adana, and Istanbul municipalities, and those municipalities, metropolitan as well as municipalities, addressing almost 40% of the country's population. Like the numbers that we calculated from the cities, like a primary assessment that we've done with 5 municipalities in the country, that like in Istanbul, 48% of the 141 outcomes and that figures are actually is representing quite differently. So when the figures are low, don't worry about that, which it means that you know yourself very well indeed, because the point for the primary assessment is to understand yourself in the city to create better action plans further up for sustainability. So therefore, those numbers are quite important. When I have the results that I'm not going to share with you all of them because it's a lot. What I can say that the number one is the organized for the resilience. The outcomes of the questions are quite different. For example, what I'm saying is that even you are in metropolitan municipalities, because each metropolitan municipalities have a different outcome, population as well as systems as well as other issues, that doesn't the answers doesn't come up the same. So that the organized for resilience is addressing that does the city master plan adopt the Sendai framework, and most of the countries master plans does not really addressing Sendai framework that we have almost 10 years from now on, and so therefore numbers are quite low. And the second one, that's our powerful area, identifying, understanding, use of future risk scenarios or present risk scenarios that addressing very well, or I may say that it's addressing properly in Turkey, for example. And the strength capacity for resilience is also an issue that we have to move on this, like many cities as well, not in Turkey. Because resilience parameters and the funds for the resilience has to be addressed and creating action plans. And pursue resilience urban development is also quite low, depending on the city's size and the population, as well as location is important parameter. And increasing infrastructure for resilience is also very important, because all we know that the stress of the climate change is or has a different dynamics. So as a conclusion, I may say that the outcomes of the cities, even in the same country, are not the same. Each city has a different dynamics. But when you make your city resilient, you have to get a proper framework in a first place, and then to put your figures and to find out which areas that you have to move on from now on. And but one thing that I need to say that the present management models actually does not really address management-wise in the 21st dynamics. Again, the previous century's models based on the economic development, but this century worries are not an economic development. So therefore, with the four items, governance, environment, society, and governance issues, has to manage in a different way of the management. I do have a few recommendations that I'm going to share with you. Number one, resilient city approach under the sustainability is long way to go. It's not an easy way to go, but we don't have time actually. The action is required right away, and because there is no time for adaptation anymore. If it's 10 years ago, that's okay, but right now, no time for the adaptation. Number two is that the resilience is a topic not for the tomorrow, is a topic for today. And the number three, there's a great interest for resilience for the cities in Turkey, for example, and many other European cities, as well as Pacific cities that I know. And the cities' approaches are very welcome to improve systematic basis. Number four, based in the Turkey's carbon neutrality, that pathway to the 2050, both climate adaptation and vulnerability analysis, as well as the resilience pathways improvements, will be the country's agenda. What it means that each city has a resilience pathways or resilience action plans has to be in our hand for better survival or better processes in the following years. Number 5, it is difficult to make in general statements because, as I said, that each city has a different dynamics. So don't worry if your figures, if your numbers are low, don't worry about that, which is very good. And resilience is a strong compared to the cities. Number 6, I do highly recommend it for the cities to create and make a resilience scorecards implementation before to start any work for the sustainability framework. Those are my recommendations. Again, I'd like to thank you to Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And I'd like to thank you to the Egypt for wonderful hospitality and good success, and have a nice evening. All my best from Istanbul. See you next year in COP28. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hocam çok teşekkürler. Ağzınıza
Thank
sağlık.
you. Probably there is no questions. If there is, then I will.
Unfortunately, almost there is no question as far as I see.
Yeah, okay.
But
Lovely.
we are very thankful for your valuable presentation, and I want to thank you on behalf of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And I hope to see you in person, and I hope to see you in other events as well.
Thank you so much. My appreciations again. I'd like to thank you and sending my warm wishes, both of you, and you have a great efforts in there. All my best wishes, and thank you again, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey, and good success in the conference. Thank you. Bye bye. Good evening.
Good evening.